Most important, you are not alone. With you, beside you, interlocked in you are others. They do not have names, nor are you aware of them as shapes, but you know them and you are bonded to them with a great single knowledge. They are exactly like you, they are you, and like you, they are home. You feel with them, like gentle waves of electricity passing between you, a completeness of love, of which all the facets you have experienced are but segments and incomplete portions. Only here, the emotion is without need of intense display or demonstration. You give and receive as an automatic action, with no deliberate effort. It is not something you need or that needs you. The reaching out is gone. The interchange flows naturally. You are unaware of differences in sex, you yourself is a part of the whole or both male and female, positive and negative, electron and proton. Man-woman love moves to you and from you, parent-child sibling idol and ideal, all interplay in soft waves about you, in you, and through you. You are in perfect balance because you are where you belong. You are home. Within all of this, yet not a part of it, you are aware of the source of the entire span of your experience, of you, of the vastness beyond your ability to perceive and or imagine. Here, you know and easily accept the existence of the Father. Your true Father. The Father, the creator of all that is or was. You are one of his countless creations. How or why, you do not know. This is not important. You are happy simply because you are in your right place, where you truly belong. Each of the 3 times I went there, I did not return voluntarily. I came back sadly, reluctantly. Someone helped me return. Each time after I returned, I suffered intense nostalgia and loneliness for days. I felt as an alien might among strangers in a land where things were not right, where everything and everyone was so different and so wrong, when compared with where you belonged. Acute loneliness, nostalgia, and something akin to homesickness. So great was it that I have not tried to go there again. Was this heaven? Once I tried to simulate there, on this world. I remembered as a child swimming in a pool that had underwater deep-hued colored lights set in the walls. I remembered specifically which pool had featured such lights. Our country home had a swimming pool, so I set to work. We installed underwater lights, and I used color on the lights. Try as I might, I couldn't get the deep hues I remembered. Too much power was required. Also, we put in an underwater speaker so that you could lie in the water, with your ears submerged, and listen to music from the system in the house. This worked quite well. But it was not there, or close to it. There was one peculiar item. Upon visiting the site of my childhood, the pool I remembered was there, but it did not have colored lights under the water. No one, including old friends who swam with me in the pool, could remember this pool as ever having colored lights under the water. 9. Angels and archetypes. One of the greatest enigmas of this whole affair is that someone, or more than one, has been helping me from time to time in such experimentation. Perhaps they are with me every time, and I am just not aware of them. I do not know who these helpers are or why they are helping me. They certainly do not seem to be guardian angels, although a more conventionally oriented personality might so interpret them. They do not always respond when I need help, nor are they always responsive to prayer. Mental anguish and screaming have sometimes brought one of them. More often, they help me when I do not ask for help, or again, when I am not aware of asking. Their assistance seems to be more of their choosing and deliberation than mine. They are rarely friendly, in the sense that we understand the term. Yet there is a definite sense of understanding, knowledge, and purposefulness in their actions toward me. I feel no intent on their part to bring harm to me and I trust their directions. Much of the help has been subtly applied. For example, the hands that boosted me up the hill to Dr. Bradshaw's house were obviously helping me to achieve what I desired. I did not see who was assisting me. However, just prior to the assistance, I saw someone sitting yoga fashion, with robes and headpiece. Was this the helper? In Chapter 10, the robed man with the hauntingly familiar eyes and face who responded to my anguished plea when I was trying to rid myself of the parasites, paid little attention to my emotional distress. Yet he had obviously come to help. He came as a result of my problem. Still, he offered no words of comfort, nor did he attempt to calm or reassure me. I never saw the helper who took me on the voyage to visit Dr. Gordon in Locale 2. I felt his hands and heard his voice, no more. The same applied to the helper who, a week later, commented that I had already made the trip when I attempted to do so again. There is some inherent acceptance of the assistance without question. Rarely has it occurred to me at the time to turn and identify the helper. It seems a rather natural thing. The two young men who took me to the apartment after the séance meeting do not seem to fit into the typical category here. There was a definite sense that they came for that particular purpose and nothing else. This brings up the next peculiarity. Of all the helpers from whom I have obtained some repeatable identification, only one have I been able to identify a second time. In my visit to Agnew Bonson in Locale 2, someone held me in position to see him. The feeling of gentle but firm hands on each side of me was very strong. The same hands, turning me around to leave, much as one steers a blind person, could not have been more vivid. It was another case of a helper responding to a specific desire on my part. When I panicked, screamed, and prayed against the barrier on my way back, no help came. When I was being teased and tormented by the entities, no help came. When I was attacked by the beings so savagely, no help came. More accurately, if it did, I was not aware of it. What is the difference? How do they decide when to help, and when to leave me alone? I don't know. Most of all, who quietly insisted that I return to the physical when I drifted in that seemingly eternal bliss? I don't know whether to be grateful or sad for that particular help. I don't classify the host, chapter 12, as one of the same helpers, yet he may well have been. He is one of those whom I would have no difficulty recognizing if I saw again. He was different in that I did get an impression of warm friendliness and comradeship, but he was in some manner not quite the same as I, older, knowledgeable in another field. He was different in that he came forward and offered his help. This was one of the few times that the option was mine. Strangely, the other times I needed help badly, none appeared, e.g., the wild experiences of seeming to be in someone else's physical body, chapter 12. On the surface, this would appear to have been a most serious situation demanding immediate aid. The notes show no indication whatsoever of anything other than extrication through my own efforts. There is no evident pattern as yet. Here are several of the many other reports in the notes that may illustrate some hidden points about the helpers. September 14, 58. Early evening, on the porch, into relaxation system. Immediate high-frequency vibration. Experimented flipping in and out of the physical. On one, had difficulty in re-entering. Two hands took my hips and rolled me into proper position. I mentally sent my thanks, but didn't know who it was. March 18, 62 afternoon. E.W. was visiting us, and we both decided to rest before dinner, about 5 in the afternoon. We went into adjoining rooms. Almost immediately after I lay down, I heard voices, and it sounded as if E.W. was discussing something with someone else. At the time, I thought I was hearing him physically talking to the other person in the hall outside the door. E.W. reported he went immediately to sleep, did not speak with anyone prior, and has no recollection of the event at all. Immediately after hearing this muffled conversation, I lifted out of my body, and a voice spoke almost over my shoulder. "If you feel you must know, I guess we'll have to tell you." With this, someone took me by the arm, and I went along willingly. We traveled what seemed a long distance and ended up in a darkened house. My distinct impression was that it was a club, fraternity, or similar headquarters. There were quiet people in a room to the right, and I seemed to know there were other people far upstairs somewhere. As I stood there waiting, what looked like a 16mm film projector started, and I saw a white light frame on a wall or screen, much the same shape as a motion picture. In handwriting, black on the white, was this message. "For pure psychic results, take 6 drops of a chemical in a glass of water." I became excited at this, and moved over to the projector to try and reverse it to read the message again so that I could be positive that I had read it correctly. I kept fumbling for the reverse switch, but was unable to find it. The picture had gone by this time. I then saw what looked like film unwinding on the floor, and I thought I had broken the mechanism by tampering with it. This made me nervous, and I headed back for my body to avoid trouble, returned, and re-entered easily. The 3rd of May 60 afternoon. I lay there, fully conscious, vibration speeded up to nothing but warmth sensation, eyes closed. I was about to lift out when 2 hands held a book in front of my closed eyes. The book was riffled, turned around on all sides so that I could see that it was a book. The book was then opened, and I started to read. The gist of what I read was that in order willfully to bring back a condition, it was necessary to recreate the feeling of a similar experience that had occurred in the past, i.e., was a part of your memory. I took this to mean that one should think of the feeling, rather than the details of the incident. Several illustrations were given, then gradually the book went out of focus as the vibrations faded, and try as I might, I could not continue reading. Finally, I sat up physically and made notes. The 3rd of May 60 afternoon. I lay there, fully conscious, vibration speeded up to nothing but warmth sensation, eyes closed. I was about to lift out when 2 hands held a book in front of my closed eyes. The book was riffled, turned around on all sides so that I could see that it was a book. The book was then opened, and I started to read. The gist of what I read was that in order willfully to bring back a condition, it was necessary to recreate the feeling of a similar experience that had occurred in the past, i.e., was a part of your memory. I took this to mean that one should think of the feeling, rather than the details of the incident. Several illustrations were given, then gradually the book went out of focus as the vibrations faded, and try as I might, I could not continue reading. Finally, I sat up physically and made notes. The 9th of March 59 night. As I lay there with the vibrations strong in the dark, the special black darkness I could see, with my closed eyes, the darkness grew brighter in one spot, as if clouds were parting, rolling back, and unfurling, and finally a white ray of light came through from somewhere above my head. I could still hear the noises of family activity in the house and was still completely aware of time-space. I was still home and completely conscious. I became excited, but managed to keep in stasis. A small mountain peak seemed to grow in the center of the white ray, just where it hit the clouds. I gathered courage, and asked for the fundamental answer to my basic questions. I don't know why I did, but it seemed to be what I should do. A rich, deep voice, yet not a voice, and certainly not my conscious mind, as I was waiting expectantly, answered. "Are you sure you do want to know?" It came more from the light ray. I replied that I was sure. "Are you strong enough to take the true answers?" There was little inflection and no emotion in the delivery. I replied that I thought I was. I waited and it seemed a long time before the voice spoke again. "Ask your father to tell you of the great secret." I started to ask exactly what was meant, but one of the family came up the stairs noisily and switched on the light in the hall outside my room. With the click of the light, the white ray of light faded slowly, no matter how hard I tried to make it stay, and the clouds went from gray to black. When the clouds had faded completely, I opened my eyes. There was absolutely no transition from vision to sleeping to waking. I had been awake as we define it, from all indications, throughout the period. It was indeed a moving experience, but not classified as out of body. Since then, I have explored this in 2 directions. I have tried to recreate the experience without success. Second, I wrote to my physical father, who was still alive and very interested in these events. I posed the question without giving him the source. He wrote back an elusive answer, stating that there were perhaps 100, and asking which one I wanted. The other, father, has yet to give me the answer either. March 15, 59 night. In trying to follow up, here is what took place. As I lay down in the relaxing procedure, I mentally repeated the words, "Father, guide me. Father, tell me the great secret." After several minutes, there was a sudden blackout, and I was standing in a room with a high-beamed ceiling. I left the house and started across a platform to some kind of waiting conveyance like a train, then stopped and turned. Someone had called to me. A tall, thin, rather dark-skinned woman in a long, straight dress or robe stood almost beside me. My first impression was that she was Negro with small and even features, dark straight hair, and evenly cut bangs across the forehead. In retrospect, I realize from the description, she could have been Middle Eastern or Egyptian, but not Oriental, as I would have noticed the eye structure. She told me that I had done something wrong, the implication being in a wrong manner rather than evil. I asked her what it was, and she said she would show me. With that, we started to move, and walked around the corner of a large building. We stepped into a large paved courtyard. We stopped, and it was exactly as if we were watching a three-dimensional life-sized motion picture in full color. A group of people was standing to the left, and they gave the impression of authority. To the right, lying in the courtyard, was a small, dark-haired girl who looked about 12 or 13 years old. She seemed bound, or helpless in some way. I was in the scene, and I was simultaneously standing beside the woman watching. I could sense every action of the I in the scene, every emotion. The men of authority told the I in the scene that he must perform certain harmful functions on the girl. He felt that he shouldn't do this, and the girl pleaded with him not to. He turned back to the authorities, to avoid carrying out their orders. The authorities were very casual about the whole affair, especially the girl's tears. They stated that if he did not perform the function religious, others were arriving soon and they would do it instead. They added that it would be better for the girl if he performed this act instead of the others, that it would be less harmful to the girl. Reluctantly, the I in the scene turned and followed out the orders of the authorities. A few moments later, the woman led me out of the courtyard and we stood on the platform again. I lost contact with the I in the scene the moment we turned away. "Now do you understand?" she asked. I dazedly stated that I did not, and she looked at me steadily, rather sadly, and turned away. Not knowing what to do, I thought of the physical, took a long time getting back, and finally re-entered. I sat up and thought about this one for a long time. Who was the woman? What was the great secret? Looking at my own life history here, I am beginning to know. August 18, 61 afternoon. The hands and the book again. This time, in the office. 3 in the afternoon, rainy, humid weather, if that has meaning. Vibrations were present, completely conscious and awake. I checked and tested by opening my physical eyes several times and looking at the clock. Time passage was as it felt it should be. Again, the hands placed the book before my closed eyes. The book was turned over, riffled, and held in many positions in very obvious movements to make sure I recognized it as a book. I thought of trying to see the title on the end of the book, and promptly the end was held for me to see, but the print was too small or I was too myopic. Try as I might, I could not read it. Finally, I gave up, and the book was opened and I saw both printed pages. Again, I tried to read it, but it was just out of focus. Finally, I mentally suggested that I might be able to read it if I took one letter at a time. In response, a letter jumped out of a line and I just barely saw it as it flew by. I checked and rechecked carefully and laboriously, and got 4 words. Evoke unhappy beings by. I tried and tried to read more, but evidently I concentrated too hard, as it only became more difficult. I noticed the large white billowy clouds overhead, and this distracted me. The rain had stopped. It was clearing. I wanted to go out and soar up among the mountains and valleys in the sky. With this, I started to lift out slowly. The hands closed the book, took it away, and a tolerant, amused, and friendly thought sprung into my mind. Well, if the soaring is that good, go to it. It was as if a teacher had given up, for the moment, trying to keep the attention of a child too restless to concentrate. I soared out through the door, up into the sky, had a wonderful time among the clouds, and returned without incident. The clouds truly were there after I sat up physically, just as I had experienced them, although it had been cloudy when I started the experiment. Someday, perhaps, the helpers will identify themselves. I suspect that the answer may be surprising. 10. Intelligent animals. Throughout man's history, the reports have been consistent. There are demons, spirits, goblins, gremlins, and assorted subhuman entities always hanging around humanity to make life miserable. Are these myths? Hallucinations? For once, suppose we don't dismiss the topic before we take a good long look. Perhaps all such things do originate in the imagination. The question is, from what source does the imagination conjure up these beings? The following excerpts from the notes offer several possibilities. April 18, 60 morning. I lay down on the couch around 10, and started fractional relaxation. The room was bright in morning daylight. Halfway through the second time around, the vibration started. After a moment of tuning with my jaw, I opened my physical eyes to see if the vibrations would continue. They did. With physical eyes open, I decided to try and lift out to see what happened to my vision. The clock was in full view. My time orientation was normal, according to the second hand. I was just about 8 inches over the physical when I saw a movement out of the corner of my eye. Walking up beside my body was a human-appearing body. I could see only the lower half with my head in the position on its side, by turning my eyes to the right. It was nude, no clothes, and male. He seemed in size to be about 10 years old, some 3 feet tall, thin legs, little pubic hair, undeveloped genitals. Calmly, as if it were a daily occurrence, like a boy swinging onto his favorite horse, he swung a leg over my back and climbed on me. I could feel his legs around my waist, his small body pressed against my back. I was so completely surprised that it didn't occur to me to be afraid. Perhaps his size had something to do with that. I waited rigidly, and by rolling my eyes to the right, I could see his right leg hanging over my body, less than 2 feet away. It looked like a perfectly normal 10-year-old boy's leg. I was still hovering just out of the physical, and cautiously wondered who and what this was. He seemed completely unaware that I knew of his presence, or if he was, he didn't care. I felt that I didn't want to confront whoever he was in an environment where he was obviously more at home than I, so I retreated quickly back into my physical body, cut down the vibrations, and started to write these notes. I don't know what it was. I realized that I simply didn't have the courage to turn around and get a good look at him, if I could have. It was certainly humanoid in form, but upon reflection, it didn't have the feeling of human intelligence. He seemed more animal, or somewhere in between. I felt insulted at the complete assurance with which he came over and climbed on my back. He seemed confident that he would not be detected, perhaps through long association with humans to whom he was invisible. If it was a hallucination, that's very real imagining, in broad daylight, with the second hand of the clock sweeping, and with 2 senses reporting. April 28, 60 night. About 7:30 in the office, I went through the count-out procedure and the vibrations came in nicely. I started out carefully, and felt something climb on my back. I remembered the little fellow from before, and certainly didn't want to try to go somewhere with him hanging on my back. I let the vibrations continue, and reached down my side to get hold of his leg, not sure that my non-physical hands wouldn't go right through it. I was quite surprised when my hands did touch something. The consistency felt much like flesh, normally body warm, and somewhat rubbery. It seemed to stretch. I pulled, and the more I pulled, the more it stretched. I finally pulled what I thought was all of it off my back, except for a leg which seemed to be under my body. I finally got that out too, and pushed the entire mass onto the shelf beside the couch. It still seemed very much alive. It seemed to be trying to get back on me, and I had to hold it away. It got to be quite a struggle, no viciousness on his part, just an effort to get back on top of me, and I was getting a little panicky. I was in over my head again. I thought of lighting matches and trying to burn him up, to do something, anything. There seemed no way to prevent him from climbing back on me until the moment I re-entered the physical. Having talked the last episode over with various people, I followed their various instructions. I tried to stay calm, but it wasn't easy. I crossed myself several times, with no effect. I repeated the Lord's Prayer fervently, but that didn't hold him at bay. Then I screamed for help. Then, as I was trying to hold off the first, a second climbed on my back. Holding the first off with one hand, I reached back and yanked the second off me, and floated over into the center of the office, holding one in each hand, screaming for help. I got a good look at each, and as I looked, each turned into a good facsimile of one of my two daughters. The psychiatrists will have a good time with this one. I seemed to know immediately that this was a deliberate camouflage on their parts to create emotional confusion in me and call upon my love for my daughters to prevent my doing anything more to them. The moment I realized the trick, the two no longer appeared to be my daughters. Desperate for a solution, I thought about fire, and this seemed to help a little. However, I got the impression that they were both amused, as if there was nothing I could do to harm them. By this time, I was sobbing for help. Then I saw someone else coming up out of the corner of my eye. I first thought it was another one, but this was very definitely a man. He simply stopped a short distance away and watched what was taking place with a very serious expression on his face. I got a very good look at him. First, his eyes were very familiar to me. They reminded me somewhat of a paternal cousin's, light in color, a little sunken. He had his hair cut evenly around his head, including bangs across his forehead, and short across the pate, almost bald. He wore a dark robe down to his ankles. I could not see his feet. My first reaction was that he had come to help the entities, and that frightened me even more. I was still sobbing when he slowly approached us. I was down on my knees, arms outstretched, holding off the two little beings. The man was very serious, spoke not a word to me, nor did he even seem to look in my direction. When he came close, I stopped my struggling, and sank to the floor pleading for help. Still with no recognition of me, he picked up each of the little beings, cradled one in each arm, and looked down at them. As he held them, they seemed to relax and go limp, limbs and necks drooping. Sobbing my thanks, I moved over to the couch, slipped into the physical, still feeling the vibrations, and sat up physical and looked around. The room was empty. After a 24-hour contemplation of the event, I have at least some speculation. There is the possibility that the entire thing could have been hallucination or dream superimposed over my complete consciousness. If so, I can see how those with paranoia have great difficulty in choosing which is reality. If it is symbolism, it is fairly evident. The entities around me are no more than a product of me. The visualization of them as my children is pretty hard to interpret in any other way than to show they are mine. I created them, my children. Therefore, they belong to me, and are neither good nor bad. I still don't know what they are. Are they disassociated parts of me, or thought entities I have created from continuing thought patterns habitually? What do I do about them? Who does the man in the robe represent? This will take more than 24 hours to understand. However, the next time, if there is one, I certainly will try to maintain a more calm objectivity, less fear, and an analytical approach. May 21, 60 night. I was lying deeply relaxed, late evening, in the bedroom. The vibrations started evenly, and I quickly noticed the small leg thrown over my body, non-physical, I assume. I felt the small body hanging onto my back. Carefully, I reached around, non-physical? And felt the small back superimposed on mine. I patted the little shoulder gently, intending understanding, and carefully lifted the small body and pushed it away from mine. I waited, and it didn't come back or attempt to come near. Not wanting to push my luck, I re-entered the physical, sat up, and made these notes. May 27, 60 night. After lifting out, I again felt what I knew to be one of the rubbery entities on my back. No words or action, just the small body clinging warmly to my back. This time, I did not get too frightened, and managed to pull at the thing slowly. I pulled, and called to God to help me, at the insistence of several people who are more theologically inclined than I. Again, the thing stretched as I pulled, but didn't come off completely. I remembered the visualized thought of fire, and that it hadn't seemed much use, but had helped a little. This time, I tried thinking of electricity. I visualized two pieces of highly charged wire. I mentally stuck them into the side of that part of the entity that I had pulled off. Immediately the mass deflated, went limp, and seemed to die. As it did, a bat-like thing squeaked past my head and went out the window. I felt that I had won. I felt deep relief and went back down into the physical, reintegrated, and sat up, physically. August 25, 60 night. It happened again this trip. Just as I was getting underway, several things attached themselves to various parts of my body, non-physical. I say things because it was in total darkness, and I wouldn't or couldn't see. They seemed almost like small fish, about 8 or 10 inches long, and they attached themselves like the parasitic, sucker, fish in the ocean. I pulled them off and pushed them away as best I could, but they, or others, came back immediately. They weren't vicious, just troublesome. Finally I went back in the physical to get rid of them. The 3rd of November 61 night. I've discovered something new about the suckers. There is almost a layer of them. Sometimes you pass through it, but most of the time you don't, or you move through so fast it is not noticed. This time, I stopped right in the middle of the layer as the fish came clustering around, attracted by me. Instead of reacting as before, I simply waited, completely immobile. After a few moments, they detached themselves and moved away. Then there was nothing, just blackness. I started to move, and back they came. I stopped, waited, and again they moved away. This time, I moved slowly. 1 or 2 came back, but that is all. I then went upward, and on to the other places. It was as if I were bait in an ocean of fish. July 13, 60 night. This must be recorded, as it may contribute in some way. In hotel room in Durham with my wife in bed beside me, late at night. I was just about to fall asleep, when I sensed someone or something in the room. Without realizing at first what had happened, I rushed up out of bed to defend myself and my wife. Immediately, I was attacked by something I couldn't see in the darkness. It fought at the animal level, i.e., tried to bite and scratch, and for what seemed an eternity, we fought in 3 dimensions through the room. I could not see in the darkened room, or were my eyes closed. And it was only through sheer determination that I fought it step by step over to the window and hurled it out. It apparently had no human or intelligence characteristics. It seemed pure animal and about 4 feet long, like a large dog. By the window, after disposing of it, I turned and realized for the first time that I was not in the physical. My hand was right through the closed window. I floated over to the bed, and there were 2 bodies lying under the covers. I moved close to the watch on the night table, and could see by the luminous dial that it was 2:35. I remembered that I was closest to the night table, and floated over, went down, rotated, and was back, in. I sat up physically, and the room was quiet, dark, and empty. I looked at the watch on the night table. The time was about 2:38. October 27, 60 night. Went to bed tired, late, around 1:30 a.m., and mentally set myself to have no activities. Just as I started to sleep, no consciousness lapse in sequence, no separation from physical noticeable, but I did feel a sense of release just prior. I was attacked by something. It had no apparent personality, nor was I able to see it. However, I knew this one was incredibly vicious with an intent to take something that was mine, which first required getting rid of me, not necessarily the physical I, but the I who has the ability to act independently of the physical. This struggle was not like fending off an animal. It was a no-holds-barred affair, silent, terrifyingly fast, and with the other seeking out any weakness on my part. I did not fight back savagely at first, because I was bewildered. I merely tried to defend myself. However, the thing fighting me seemed to move from nerve center to nerve center, and some of the holds and pressures it applied were excruciating. I knew that if I did not fight back, I would lose, and losing seemed as vital as losing existence. I then started to fight back with equal intensity, savagely and with desperation. The thing fighting me knew every weak spot, and used them. We fought for what seemed like hours, and gradually I felt I might truly lose. I felt that this couldn't go on forever, and realized that I was somehow out of the physical. Still fighting, I steered the battle in the direction of my physical. When we were very close and directly over it, I dropped back, in. It was the only way I could think of to end the fight without losing. I opened my eyes, physically, and sat up. The room was quiet and empty. The bedclothes were undisturbed, so evidently there was no actual physical motion involved. My wife slept beside me undisturbed. I got up and walked around the room, looked in the hall. Everything appeared normal. It could have been a dream. If so, it was most vivid, and certainly did not follow the usual pattern of dreams that I have. I have long come to recognize pure release type dreams, which reflect the day's tensions or long felt inner anxieties, which can be likened to multiple feedback or monkey chatter. The superimposure of the room perfectly as the background for the action plus conscious control of action tends to negate the dream concept. After some 20 minutes of calming myself down, I returned to bed. I was naturally reluctant immediately to try to sleep again. I did not want a recurrence of the fight. I knew of no way to prevent it. I tried what seemed to be the only answer. The alternative was to stay awake all night, and I was much too tired. I lay there and repeated, "My mind and body are open only to constructive forces. In the name of God and good, I am going into normal restful sleep." I did, and awoke at my usual time in the morning. Before sleep came I had repeated the phrase at least 20 times. The use of such phrasing indicates the seriousness and concern I felt at the time, which will be recognized by those who know me well in that I felt the need to look for help and protection in the manner that I did. In truth, there was no alternative whatsoever. In retrospect, I still cannot find an alternative, nor do I know of any method, place, person, religious practice, that I would be sure of, drug, or anything else in my fund of knowledge, experience, and information that would absolutely guarantee protection against whatever attacked me. However, there must be something other than the pure, fighting back, in self-defense, even if you don't know what you are fighting. It was the same defense mechanism you would use if you were attacked by an animal at night in the jungle. You don't stop to find a way to fight in the middle of the fight. You don't stop to find out what attacked you. You fight to save yourself, with what you have now, the moment the animal attacks. You fight desperately, not thinking at the time how to fight, why you fight, whom you fight. You have been attacked. The unprovoked attack in itself seems to indicate to you that whatever is attacking you is not good, or else it would not attack you in this manner. Defense is automatic, instinctive, with no thought except survival, which is based on the premise that it is wrong to surrender to someone or something whose qualities apparent unprovoked attack, blind desire to kill you abhor. 11. Gift or burden. Early in the experimentation, a side effect began to manifest itself. It was not an out-of-body activity as such, but took place in states of deep relaxation prior to any separation. It is evidently called in the trade, precognition. As I was lying down, my mind stilled and body relaxed, without my volition, the vision would occur. There would be a hissing sound, localized in the forebrain, and I would get the sensation of a small rectangular door, hinged at one end, swinging downward to an angle of about 45 degrees. This exposed a perfectly round hole. Immediately thereafter, I would see and semi-experience an event or incident like a dream, except that I retained all of my consciousness and sense awareness. The dream would be superimposed directly over outside stimuli. I could perceive both quite readily. I could not and cannot produce the effect at will. It merely happened or was triggered by some non-conscious mechanism. At first, I paid no particular attention to the phenomenon, attributing the dream visions to release of material from the unconscious. A major event brought it strongly to my attention. It is important enough to take directly from the notes. The 5th of July 59. During the early morning, the valve opened again, and what I saw has concerned me only because it was so vivid. I was about to board a commercial airplane. Standing by the door of the plane waiting was DD, a man I've known for more than 10 years. I got on the plane and took a seat. I noticed that there were plenty of seats and the plane was almost ready to go, so I was sure my friend would make it aboard. I noticed a group talking up in front near the door, and they joined a young Negro man who had just come in the door. They were very jolly, and were glad the young Negro was going along. The group was composed of 2 older Negro men, an older white man, and the young Negro. They noticed that the plane was about to leave, so they all went down the aisle past me and took their seats. I leaned forward to see if my friend would get on, and in doing so, I became aware that the woman in front of me was agitated. Just as the plane was starting, my friend got aboard and took a seat. I was about to get up and go over to join him when the plane started to move and I sat back. The plane started down the runway and seemed to take a long time to get off, and I grew a little tense. We finally took off, and we climbed low over boulevard streets winding, with cloverleaf intersections. We stayed at low altitude and the plane climbed very little. In a few moments, I heard the stewardess speaking through the plane's speaker system. She stated that in a few minutes the pilot would decide whether to take the plane on one of two routes, the one to the left going around or the under-the-wire route. After a few moments' wait, I noticed that the plane passed a given point low over a city and I realized before the hostess spoke again that we were taking the under-the-wire route. When the hostess announced it, her voice seemed a bit too light and too casual, and I could sense a slight tension in her, too. Looking out the plane window, I saw the area ahead with wires stretched out in every direction. The plane approached and went under the wires, staying very low. I was tense, and watched ahead looking for openings in the wires that we could climb up through. Then up ahead, I could see the end of the wires over us and there was sunlight beyond. I began to relax slightly because it looked like we were going to make it. At that moment, the plane dropped suddenly and bounced against the street. As it did, something broke off the plane very near me, and I jumped or fell to the street some 6 or 8 feet below me. I watched where I had fallen as the plane moved upward and away from me after the bounce, and then plunged off to the right and into an empty space between two buildings. Huge clouds of smoke partially obscured the crash. My first reaction after the crash was to thank God for the miracle that saved me. The second was that my family would be worried because they knew I had taken this flight, and that I should get word to them. The third was that I should hurry over to the wrecked plane to try and save some of the others, even though I knew it was of no use. I got up and went over to the plane wreck, and as I approached I could see flames through the smoke. The pilot in leather jacket and cap walked up and looked at me rather dazedly and asked why I of all his passengers should be picked as the one to be saved. I asked this question myself, then the valve closed. July 24, 59. I am about to leave on what may be the first of 4 plane trips. This first will be to North Carolina. At the thought of the trip, I have a shaky feeling. This has made me pause to think, and in view of other incidents, to review the experience related on the 5th of July 59. I am always slightly concerned when I travel by airplane, as I believe everyone is. I do not think anything is going to happen on the North Carolina trip, but I may have the wrong interpretation. But what do I do if a similar incident occurs at the beginning of one of these 3 trips, an exact parallel to the 7th of May 59 incident? Do I get off the plane? Or is it impossible to break the pattern? My reading states that I will survive, but survival may mean, in this case, death transition, or that I see death not as death, but I am still alive. I honestly do not know what I will do. However, to all who love me, and I hope there are many, in the event that there is such an incident, and that the proper interpretation means that I do experience death transition rather than continuing life here, please do not be unhappy over it. For I honestly, deeply feel that it is a transition, and much as I will regret the many things that I would never do here, some deep nostalgia, some great longing that I have tried to fulfill in a fumbling way here, I believe will again become actuality if I go home. For more than ever, I believe that the physical body is but a machine for the use of I. Therefore, once I have departed, the body should mean nothing. No grave, no vault, the body as such is unimportant. I am not there. By the same token, because of my interest, if any such event should occur, the I will try to establish communication with those who are interested. What could prevent this, and it is certainly a possibility, is that the other place may offer the same questions as here. There may be more important matters there. I do not know. I can't promise. But rest assured, those who know me will have little difficulty in recognizing an actual communication. This is not in the least intended to be morbid, and perhaps I am overly sensitive these days, but I simply want to have it on record, so that in some small way, others may be enlightened if it comes to pass. I do not want this to occur, I don't feel I'm ready, and the thought of going through it makes me very contemplative and sober. Yet I am at least partially prepared for it. October 23, 59. This is written some 12 weeks after the previous entry. 4 of the 12 weeks were spent in a hospital, the remainder in a recuperative period at home. But first things first. The previous entry found me concerned with what seemed to be a problem of portent and the definition of survival. By comparison with the dream, here is how it worked out. Recognition 1. I started on the trip, as indicated, a trip to North Carolina. The first indication of similarity occurred when I got into the bus that takes passengers from the New York Airline Terminal to Newark Airport. I entered and sat down on the right, in the second seat from the front. Sitting there, I was overwhelmed with a sense of familiarity. It was the position I was in relative to the door, and the pattern of the door rail and the door shield. This made me alert, as I thoroughly recognized this placement as what I originally interpreted in the precognition as the airplane. It was not the airplane, it was the bus to the airport. Recognition 2. 4 men entered the bus, 3 in dark suits, 1 in light, laughing and joking. See earlier comparison, interpretation before as Negro and white. Recognition 3. A woman took the seat directly in front of me. She became very uncomfortable and agitated. However, it was not because of me, but because of the porter's handling of one of her packages outside. Recognition 4. The impression of my friend DD standing by the door waiting, the last to get on. I looked out where the bus driver was waiting beside the door for any last-minute passengers. His face and build reminded me instantly of my friend, enough to be his brother. Photographic verification of this was to come. The mind, when unable to identify truly, picks the nearest thing to it in the mind's experience. He then got in, closed the door, the last to enter, and slipped into the driver's seat almost directly opposite me. Recognition 5. In taking the Jersey Turnpike, the bus flies low and slow, or that could be the impression if compared to flying. The turnpike is built over most of the surrounding streets and roads. As I looked at the unfolding roads and curving boulevards as we traveled above them, the instant sense of familiarity and recognition came again. Only it was not the airplane, the original mistaken concept, but the bus. Recognition 6. At the airport, I was quite alert after the early signs. The plane was late in arriving, so I waited around the lobby. As I sat on a bench, I heard a woman's voice speaking of East and West Concourse over the PIA system. The hollowness of the sound was again strongly familiar, East and West, left and right. Recognition 7. When the plane finally did load, I momentarily debated whether or not to take it, not from fear, but because of the uncertainty of what survival meant. I finally decided that it was unavoidable, that if I waited for a second flight, it would only prolong the incident. I boarded the plane, very alert, and we taxied out for takeoff. Then the hostess announced on the intercom that we would fly at 6,000 feet. That confirmed the low altitude. We finally took off, and promptly ran into a thunderstorm with a great deal of lightning display. This confirmed my impression of an under-the-wires electricity flight, long a recognizable symbol to me. Midway during the storm, the pilot decided to change altitude. This was not announced, but we flew up out of the storm, and landed in North Carolina without incident. Upon landing, I decided that my interpretation of the accident was wrong, and promptly forgot about the whole thing. 4 days later, on a Monday morning in the middle of a quiet, friendly chat in an office, I suffered what was later diagnosed to be a heart attack, coronary occlusion, and was taken to the hospital. I did not believe it was a heart attack, and had no idea that it was until I was informed of it after an examination in the hospital complete with EKG. It took much persuading that it was so, and for a reason. In every physical examination I ever had, including 2 the previous week by 2 different insurance doctors, my heart was always pronounced very sound, with such statements as, "You'll never have to worry about your heart," and, "That's one thing you won't die of, any heart problem." My mind was thoroughly conditioned against that possibility. It seems that my mind would not accept the precognitive inference of a heart attack. This seemed impossible. Therefore, it selected a catastrophe that was possible in its memory experience, i.e., an airplane crash. The mind takes the nearest seem alike. Thus the heart attack came through in the form of an airplane crash, which was acceptable as a possibility. The 4 weeks in the hospital were eased by use of suggestive therapy on recorded tape, which worked wonders with my morale and seemed to speed my recovery. No experiences of a psychic nature came about in the hospital, which I finally deduced was caused by the sedatives barbiturates which were given to me every 3 hours. At home, my recovery followed a standard procedure with no recurring symptoms to date. It goes without saying that I observed very intently after that when the valve decided to open. Each time the vision presented fitted exactly with events that occurred days, months, or years later. Examples of these include a visual description of the interior of a house, including paint and trim, that was selected by my wife for us in a southern city. I recognized it immediately and it was identical to the description in the notes made 2 years previously. Most unusual was the fact that at the time of the precognition we had no plans or intention of moving south. Another was that 5 minutes before the broadcast of a recorded program, the valve opened and I saw the tape breaking sharply and the reels running wildly. Some 10 minutes later, during the broadcast, the tape did break and was hastily reset. Such breakage had never happened before during a broadcast, so this was not a common concern. Further, I had made all editing splices myself, and knew they were tight. The break was caused by a splice made by someone else who had used the tape previously. A third, in the office, the valve opened, to reveal a red light with the words, "oil pressure." An hour later, driving home in a nearly new car, the red oil warning light flashed on. Again, this was not a subconscious worry. The car had less than 500 miles since it was new, and had just been checked. The new car had an oil leak, something one does not expect or worry about with a new automobile. There are some 18 more, all of which are personal incidents of varied magnitude, previewed via the valve and later coming to pass exactly as noted, allowing for minor errors in interpretation. To date, a pattern of consistency has been established. H hissing sound plus V valve opening sensation equals F future event vision. On the premise that this formula has been applicable and proved 22 times, what of the other cases listed in the notes where F has not yet taken place? Without further comment, here are some where the formula has not been proved as of this writing. The 3rd of August 60. Air hiss valve. An airplane passes overhead, obviously in trouble, with flaps and landing gear lowered. It crashes behind a nearby hill and my family and I rush over to try to help. When we get there, the plane is burning slowly with a deep red glow. I recognize the glow and the slow burning is something different than an ordinary gasoline fire, and warn the others to stay back so they will not be injured by it, as there is nothing we can do for the dead occupants. The 5th of November 61. Air hiss valve. I am standing alone outside my house. The sky is mostly clear, with a broken cloud cover to the north. I see a group of aircraft emerge from the cloud cover, just above it. They approach, and I note that they are not typical aircraft or rockets. Behind the first wave is row after row of the strange aircraft, literally hundreds of them. They are not like any airplanes I have seen before. No wings are visible, and each machine is gigantic, some 3,000 feet across. Each is shaped like the head of an arrow, V-shaped, but with no fuselage as in our swept-wing airplanes. The V-shape is not a lifting surface, but houses the occupants in 2 or 3 decks. They sail majestically overhead, and I feel a tingle of awe at the mighty power they represent. I also feel fear, because I somehow know that these are not man-made. October 20, 62. Air hiss valve. I am with other people in a suburban street. Looking up, I see what appear to be airplanes through a large break in the clouds. I take a closer look, and realize these are a type of aircraft I have never seen before, evidently powered by something other than propellers or jets. Impression is of a unique form of rockets, but not chemical. 3 of the aircraft dive down in a descending turn, and I can see they have black sides and white square windows, but no wings to speak of. The 3 make a low pass over a nearby street. Houses and buildings collapse in their wake, not from bombs but from something emitted from the machines themselves. We all dive for a ditch for safety. The 12th of June 63. Air hiss valve. My family and I are in a situation where the whole population of the city we live in is trying to leave. Gasoline is unavailable, electric power has been shut off. There is a great sense of fatality among everyone. It doesn't seem to be the product of atomic war, and there is no concern as to radioactive fallout. There is principally a feeling of doom and the breakup of civilization as we know it due to something momentous having taken place, a factor beyond human ability to control. The 11th of April 64. Air hiss valve. My family and I are in a large city, and there seems to be great trouble. Everyone is trying to leave. I leave what seems to be an apartment to try to find some way for us to get out into the country. Out in the street, the whole city is in a turmoil and panic, with cars stalled and jammed together, much like an anthill that has been disturbed. There are many more, personal, general, specific, local, worldwide. Only time will bring confirmation. I hope some of them are hallucinations. 12. Round holes and square pegs. Among the many mysteries encountered, there are several that stand out as being apparently unmotivated yet deeply profound. My only hope is that others more technically or philosophically oriented can perceive in them purpose and reason which I cannot. Here are a few of those which do not seem to be of locales 2 or 3. August 23, 63 evening. I lay down to take a short nap, not for any extra-physical activity, at 7:17, in the den, on the couch. The moment I stretched out horizontally and closed my eyes, there was a tremendous soundless explosion. There was no time lag. It occurred about 2 seconds after I closed my eyes. The blast slammed me across the room and against the wall in the opposite corner, where I slid to the floor. My first thought was that there actually had been some kind of explosion in the house, as the light fixtures overhead seemed to be sputtering, throwing off blue sparks, then the wires themselves melting. The lights were turned off when I lay down, the room half dark. It seemed to me as if some huge short circuit had taken place in the wiring. There was a tingling sensation similar to electrical shocks, not like the vibrations I have mentioned so many times. Then I looked across the room. My physical body was still lying relaxed on the couch. I could see it plainly. It was then that I seriously considered another possibility. This might be death, true death, instead of the typical out-of-body experience. This situation was such an unusual thing. Perhaps I had died, my heart had stopped. I was still a little dazed from the explosion, but I was not afraid nor did I panic. If this was death, so be it. I lay there in the corner for some time, trying to collect myself. I felt around under me, and I thought I felt the rug, but I was not sure. At least something felt solid under me. Then I decided that I should try to get back in the physical, even if I failed. I would lose nothing by trying. With a great effort of will, I floated upward and over to the couch, then down. There was a wrenching effect, and I found myself half in my physical body. I realized the half condition, wriggled and squirmed, just as you would wiggle your hand to put on a glove. In a moment, I was whole again. I sat up physically and turned on the light. Everything seemed normal, the house was quiet, my body seemed normal, except that I was covered with goose pimples. I was quite shaken by the experience and still don't know what caused it and why. Was it an explosion of a non-physical category? Was it an internal thing, in me, or was it the effect of some outside force? In retrospect, there seemed to be nothing unusual in my physical, emotional, or mental condition at the time to trigger it. In analysis of the best recall I can muster of the instant of the explosion, it was as if some stray beam had swept through the room and just happened to catch me impersonally in its path, the effect of which was to blow me out of the physical. Following this thought, I got the impression that the beam was the product of some experimental device not fully developed by the researchers who were testing it, i.e., all of the effects were not known to them. It strikes an associative memory relationship with the three-way device experience. The 5th of May 59 afternoon. Today I learned about a strange device that is supposed to work three ways. About 5, I decided to try working a formula for the condition 1 to 20 LQ. I lay down on the bed, thought of the force field diagram, then started the 20 count. I did not seem to be achieving any result, and then turned my head. My eyes were open and I glanced at the sun through the window. The day was sunny, and the window was to the west. Immediately, the vibrations faded in, and I closed my eyes and lay back. The vibrations were a tingling in the back of my head. I followed the jaw movement procedure, and they seemed to get stronger or weaker depending on my position, as expected. Finally, I determined the peak tuning position of my jaw. This is the way I can express it. The vibrations were strong in my head, a little too strong, so I moved them down into my chest, then experienced placing them in various parts of my body, that is to say, making them stronger in a given part. Each time they passed over my lower right side I got a burning sensation, either in the liver, kidney, or lower right colon, foreign body or chemical there. Closing parenthesis. This had happened before, although I do not remember mentioning it. I mentally wanted upward, and I floated up. Some stray thought must have come forth, because I immediately rolled in the air and dove through the floor. I momentarily heard a band playing, like turning past a radio station on the dial. Then I was standing in an unfinished house, with no windows installed as yet, and materials and scraps lying around on the rough floor. Through the window was a rural countryside, trees and fields, and the house was evidently in the side of a hill, looking down into a slight valley and onto the low hill on the other side. I looked down, and there was a device, about 18 inches long, on the floor. It appeared to be laid there just temporarily while the operator went to lunch. I picked up the device curiously, never having seen anything like it. It was rod-like, with 3 attachments spaced along it. I held it up and looked along the rod and inadvertently aimed it at a man standing on a patio outside the open window whom I hadn't noticed before. Nothing happened, and then the man turned and noticed me. He moved out of sight for a moment, then entered through a doorway to the right and came up to where I was standing. He smiled, and to my best recall, appeared to be perfectly normal. Seeing the device in my hand, he indicated that he would show me how to use it. Pointing to the tube, an open-ended cylinder, on the front of it, he showed me how to focus the device by moving the tube or cylinder back and forth, away for a narrow beam, and toward you for a wide, evidently more gentle, beam or ray. He then told me to point it through another window opening where a second man outside was talking steadily and animatedly with someone outside our range of vision. He said to push the cylinder forward for a narrow beam. I did, and pointed the device at the man outside just as you would use a rifle. I saw nothing, no beam or ray, emitted from the device. However, the man beyond the window opening instantly slumped in his chair as if he were dead. I turned to my host, frightened and worried that I had unintentionally killed the person outside. He smiled, and told me to point the device again at the unconscious man outside, this time pulling back on the focusing device to produce a wide beam. I did, and the unconscious man sat up and resumed his conversation as if nothing had happened. My host then led me outside, and I asked the second man if he had felt anything. He stopped his conversation, looked at me puzzled, and said no, he hadn't. I asked him if he remembered going to sleep or any lapse of time, and again he replied in the negative and turned away to continue his conversation. The man who was my host looked at me and smiled, then took me over to the other side of the house overlooking the valley, indicating that he would show me another thing the device could do. He pointed toward the distance. A small fire was burning brightly on the hillside some 300 yards away, with smoke curling up into the sky. He told me to use the narrow beam, and aim at the fire. I did, and immediately the fire went out. The flame shut off as if suddenly extinguished. The smoke held for a moment or so longer, then it too was gone. I grew very excited about the gadget, and asked my host to describe it to me. He did gladly. It was composed of 3 parts, he told me. The cylinder was a focusing device, which I understood. In the middle was a spiral coil, which he said was the power source. Behind the power source were 3 fin-like plates like those found in a rectifier, which he explained were not too important in that they were only shields to protect the user. He rubbed his thumb over them and they bent, showing their flexibility. He asked me if I was sure I understood. I replied that the affair looked like a large triode, the closest thing I could think of resembling the layout pattern. He nodded excitedly and replied, yes. A triode. Feeling that I had to go and couldn't stay longer, I thanked him for all of the information, and he said he would see me again at Unremembered. My mind recognized the place, evidently, and I said yes, the Cadena Azul. This was a product of my South American visit, and it seemed a natural way to say whatever I was trying to say, Blue Network. My host started to nod yes, then gave me a blank, uncomprehending look, and I realized that my impression was right but that he didn't understand the Spanish term. I then went back to the unfinished room, and took off, upward with a stretch leap. I went up what seemed to be only 2 or 3 floors, then stopped. The place looked like my office room, but was empty. No furniture, no couch, dust on the floor and windows, and no physical body. I realized this was the wrong place, time. That where I wanted to be was still up. I started up again, through the ceiling, and after 8 or 10 floors, emerged in my proper office room, sank down into my physical body, had a little difficulty with one arm, then merged completely. I sat up and opened my eyes. The clock indicated 1 hour, 5 minutes time lapse. I sketched the device, then started these notes. A device that puts people to sleep, wakes them up, and puts out fires. Someday I'll try to build the device. The 11th of March 61 night. And I thought I had made a normal return to the physical. I opened my eyes, and I was in a strange bed. A strange woman was beside the bed, and she smiled as she saw me awaken. An older woman stood behind her. They expressed happiness that I had finally come to, that I had been ill for a long time, but that now I would be all right. They helped me get out of bed, and I was dressed in some sort of robe, like a dressing gown. Their dress seemed normal to me and I knew for sure I wasn't the person they thought I was. I tried to tell them this, but they only humored me and seemed to think I was still in some form of delirium. I asked what day it was, and they only smiled understandingly as if I wasn't yet fully oriented. I wasn't. Closing parenthesis. I was going to ask for a calendar, then decided it was better simply to find out the year. I asked the younger woman, who seemed to be my wife, or the body's wife, and she replied that it was 1924, according to the Greek method of calculating time. I was sure that I couldn't stay there any longer, and despite their strong objections, went out a door into the open air. I stood there and tried to move upward, and I got the feeling I had to move up, very far up. I tried to take off, but they were holding onto me. Nothing happened and I became worried. I knew I was in the wrong place. I then remembered the breathing trick, and started to breathe in the gasping manner through half-closed lips. I started to rise slowly, up above the building, which was U-shaped, still feeling them trying to restrain and hold me back. I breathed hard and fast, faster, and I moved faster until the familiar blue blur was all around me. Suddenly, I stopped, and I was high in the air over a landscape of countryside dotted with houses. It looked familiar, and I thought I saw what was our house and buildings between road and river. I dove for the house, and in the next moment I was merging with the physical. I sat up, whole again, and looked around gratefully. I was in the right place. August 17, 60 night. This was a misdirected attempt, to understate by an incalculable margin. I went through the 1 to 20 LQ procedure at around 11:30 p.m., in the bedroom. I went out with the thought of visiting Agnew Bonson, and started on the windblown type of trip, but returned to the physical almost immediately, or so I thought. I wasn't lying in bed, I was standing. The room wasn't my room. A man, big and round-shouldered, was supporting me on my left. He was much taller than I, and his shoulders seemed to glisten. Holding me up on my right was a young girl. They were forcing me to walk around the room, and I was having difficulty walking, so they were half supporting me under each arm. I heard them comment about my hands, that there was something wrong or unusual about them. They were not unfriendly, but I knew positively that I was in the wrong place, so I kept my head, luckily, and employed the stretch and shot up out of wherever and whatever I was, and after only a moment or two, merged again with a physical body. I looked around carefully physically before I moved. I was back in my own physical body, my own bedroom. It was a long time before I turned over and was able to get to sleep. November 23, 60 night. This was a most unusual and vivid experience, and I don't know if I want any more like it. I went to bed late, very tired, around 2 in the morning. The vibrations came in promptly without induction, and I decided to do something, in spite of the need for rest. Maybe this is rest. After moving out easily, and visiting several places in quick sequence, and remembering the rest need, I attempted to get back to the physical. I thought of my body lying in bed, and almost immediately, I was lying in bed. But I quickly realized something was wrong. There was a box-like contraption over my feet, evidently to hold the sheet off my legs. There were 2 people in the room, a man and a woman dressed in white whom I recognized as a nurse. They were talking softly a short distance from the bed. My first thought was that something had gone wrong, that my wife had discovered me in some kind of coma and had rushed me to the hospital. The nurse, the sterile atmosphere of the room, and the bed all supported this. But something still didn't feel right. After a moment, the 2 stopped talking and the woman nurse turned and went out of the room, and the man approached the bed. I grew panicky because I didn't know what he was going to do. I became more so as he bent over the bed and held gently but firmly onto each of my arms at the biceps, and looked at me with bulging, glistening eyes. Worst of all, I desperately tried to move, but could not. It was as if every muscle in my body were paralyzed. Inwardly, I writhed in panic, trying to get away as he brought his face down closer to me. Then to my utter astonishment, he bent over further and kissed me on each cheek, and I actually felt his whiskers, the glistening in his eyes was tears. He then straightened up, released my arms, and walked slowly out of the room. Through my terror, I knew that my wife had not taken me to the hospital, that this man was a stranger, that I was again in very much the wrong place. I had to do something, but all the will I could muster didn't have any effect. Slowly, I became aware of a hissing in my head, much like a strong steam or air hiss. Through some dim knowing, I concentrated on the hiss and began to pulsate it, i.e., modulate it soft and loud. I made the pulsating go faster and faster in frequency, and in a few moments it had accelerated to a high-order vibration. I then tried to lift out and succeeded smoothly. Moments later, I was converging with another physical body. This time, I was cautious. I felt the bed. I heard familiar sounds outside the room. The room was dark when I opened my eyes. I reached for the place where the light switch should be, and it was there. I turned on the light and sighed with great relief. I was back. The 7th of June 63 night. After some time, I started to leave, and outside the house, I met a woman who was flying, also, and she reminded me that we would be late in getting back where, I don't know, and that we might have trouble getting in. Then we approached what seemed to be a large institution hospital. And happily went directly through a door without opening it, apparently to avoid the guard who was waiting and a bed check or reporting in late, which implied some penalty. Inside, we split up, and immediately a man, friendly, doctor type, said that he would take care of me, that I should wait in the second office to the right. I did, although I got confused about which office, because each of the offices had several people in them in deep conversation, and I remained unnoticed. However, I waited in the second, and finally the man entered and examined me, and stated that I would need treatment. He then spoke of titration, and a treatment rising to 1500 C. Then receding back again to normal, whatever that means. I asked him why the treatment was necessary, and he replied, so that the universe or humankind can develop and improve. I again asked why, meaning why the need for improvement, and he didn't answer. I was somewhat apprehensive about the treatment. Then shortly thereafter, I felt the need to return to the physical and did so without incident. July 13, 61 afternoon night. On a visit to Cape Cod, I arrived in Hyannis somewhat tired, and lay down in the afternoon for a rest. Upon relaxation, the usual lifting out process occurred, and I found myself drifting over the back area of a house, near the garage. A dog was in the yard, a large, German Shepherd type, and when he noticed me, he barked excitedly. A man came around the edge of the house right side, facing the rear, pulled a gun, and aimed it at me. I withdrew hurriedly before I could realize that perhaps bullets couldn't hurt me. I returned, lay in bed and thought it was over, and was able to recall no more than the fact that the man seemed very tall. That evening, after going to bed, the surge came again, and I drifted out. I was floating over several houses, trying to decide what to do, when suddenly this tall man appeared in front of me, the same one, and stopped me merely by being in my way. I got an impression of calm strength. He asked me why I wanted to see the president. I was surprised at first, because I didn't have any particular desire to see Eisenhower. That was my mind's connotation of president, but I made up an idea of a plan for peace, and told the tall man about it. He then asked how we can be sure you are loyal to the United States. I replied, still confused, that I was sure proper information on me was in Washington. He then said, after a moment, that I could not see the president at this time. I consented agreeably, and returned. Lying in bed, thinking it over, I first realized that Eisenhower was no longer president, of course. I also suddenly had the very deep conviction that Kennedy had a psychic bodyguard, or rather Myndgard. I then realized that Kennedy might be there in Hyannis that weekend. I got up and went downstairs, found the local paper, and on the front page was the story that Kennedy was arriving in Hyannis that afternoon. I had not seen a paper for the past 2 days. These represent a sampling of the many events that defy classification, especially in terms of plain, everyday dreams. It may be that each is but a fragment of a living mural, someday to be seen in its entirety. I hope one does not have to die to obtain the total view. 13. The second body. The greatest proof of the existence of any particular phenomenon is consistency through repeated observation. Only through such reasonably careful analytical experiments, or as much so as I could make them, did I come to the conclusion of the unqualified existence of the second body. I do presume that all of us have one. I cannot conceive of being that unique. If it exists, what is it like? What are its characteristics? Through several hundred tests, here are excerpts from the notes. The 11th of June 58 afternoon. I opened my eyes again, and everything seemed normal, except the vibration and the roar rumble still in my head. I closed my eyes and they both grew in strength. I decided to try to lift up and I floated up off the couch, over the center of the room, and floated downward very gently, like a feather falling. I touched the floor, and my head and shoulders seemed to be against the rug, with my hips and feet angling up into the air. It was as if my head had more weight than the rest of me, more gravitic attraction, but all of me was gently attracted to the earth. I still seemed to have weight, little as it was. July 19, 58 afternoon. I was again on the couch, feeling very smooth vibrations. I opened my eyes and looked around, and everything seemed normal and the vibrations were still there. I then moved my arms, which were folded, and stretched them upward as I lay on my back. They felt outstretched and I was surprised, I am past proper use of the word astounded, when I looked, for there were my arms still folded over my chest. I looked upward to where I felt them, and I saw the shimmering outlines of my arms and hands in exactly the place they felt they were. I looked back at the folded arms, then at the bright shadow of them outstretched. I could see through them to the bookshelves beyond. It was like a bright, glowing outline which moved when I felt them move or made them move willfully. I wiggled my fingers, and the glowing fingers wiggled, and I felt them wiggle. I put my hands together, and the glowing hands came together, and I felt my hands clasp each other. They felt just like ordinary hands, no different. For nearly 10 minutes, I lay there, attempting to compare this strange evidence, to determine differences. Visually, I could see my arms folded over my chest. Simultaneously, I could see the glowing outline of my hands and arms reaching out above me. I tried to move the physical arms, but could not do so. I tried to move the glowing arm outlines, and they worked perfectly. I tried to feel with my physical arms, but could determine no sensation. With the glowing outline arms, I clasped my hands together, and they felt completely normal. I rubbed the outline hands over each outline forearm, and the arms felt normal, solid to the touch. I moved one outline hand to the shelf by the cot, and I couldn't feel the shelf. My outline hand went right through it. The vibrations started to fade, and I quickly moved the glowing outline arms and hands back to my chest. It felt exactly as if I slipped on long-sleeved gloves, and then I could move my physical arms. I didn't want to get caught outsider, even just my arms, without the vibrations. I don't know what would happen, if anything, and maybe I don't want to find out. The 5th of May 60 night. Several times, I had felt someone, a body, warm and alive, pressed against my back the moment I left the physical body. After my experience with the thought forms, and the others, I had naturally become quite cautious. Each time I felt this entity on my back, I quickly moved back into the physical. I was sure that it was more of the thought children, or perhaps some sex-distorted being, although I had detected no sexual overtones. I was prudent, not exactly prudish, but certainly frightened. The latter impression was confirmed when I noticed that the face resting on the back of my non-physical neck had whiskers. Strong whiskers, like a man needing a shave. Also, I could hear the panting of his breath right in my ear. This was no mild thought child. This was an adult male, panting with passion, thoroughly sexually deviated, or why would he pick on me, another male? Would I have felt differently if it had been a female form? In all honesty, I'm sure I would have. I'll have to get him away from me. May 22, 60 night. The whiskers were the clue. I need no longer worry about the man on my back. He's still there, but now I know who he is. This time, after being scared back into the physical some 5 times, I got up a little more courage. I moved out slowly, just out of the physical, and felt the body on my back the same as before, the whiskered head on the back of my neck, the panting in my ear. Carefully, so the movement would not be taken as a hostile one, I reached back and moved the palm of my hand over the face behind me. It had whiskers, and they were very real. The panting continued, the body stayed there pressed to my back, so I re-entered the physical. I sat up physically, and thought about it. As I did so, I pensively moved my hand across my chin. I needed a shave, I thought absently, then stopped. I rubbed my chin again. The feeling was too familiar. Just exactly the same as when I rubbed the chin of, could it be? Then I noticed that my throat was dry, as if I had been breathing through my mouth, as one does when. There was one way to find out. I lay down, and after a short while, I was able to generate the vibrations. Slowly I moved out of the physical. Yes, I felt it. There was the body again, the whiskers against my neck, the panting in my ear. I reached back carefully and felt the face with the whiskers. It was the same as my own. I held my breath, or thought of so doing, and the panting stopped in my ear. I breathed again, once, twice, then held my breath again. The body behind me panted in exact synchronization. The warm body clinging to my back was me. I went back into the physical, sat up, and thought about it. The question is, which was which? Thinking it over, it seemed that the one in back, the one I could hear and feel, was the physical I, and the I in front was the mental or real I. I assume this because the physical sensations and related action were in the rear body, while thought was in the front I. Confusing, but very real. From then on, I had no problem when I experienced the sensation. Speak of people being afraid of their own shadows. The 8th of August 60 afternoon. I conducted another interesting experiment. After lying down, and working through the count-up procedure, the vibrations surged in strong and rough, then smoothed as they took on a more rapid frequency, starting just around 30 p.s., as nearly as I can determine, and speeding up until I felt them only as a sense of warmth. I decided to lift out slowly to examine the process. I tried, and out came the glowing legs, then the hips, but no more. I couldn't get my chest and shoulders out, try as I might. It was very strange. I spent the entire time moving the legs and hips up and down. I observed them visually with my physical eyes, which seemed to be astigmatic. Several times, I tried moving my legs up out of the physical, then to the right, and let them fall. When I did, they floated slowly down, touched the side of the couch, then draped over to the floor. They bent around and over the edge of the couch as if they had no bones, just like a slow-motion version of a piece of cloth falling loosely and bending where it made contact with a solid object. There was no noticeable aftereffect when I re-entered and sat up. Time away was 22 minutes. September 16, 60 afternoon. I was out of the physical, again on a Saturday, trying to keep local, i.e., staying in the same room. Again I noticed the strange rubbery elasticity of this other body. I could stand in the middle of the room and reach out to touch the wall some 8 feet away. At first, my arm didn't come anywhere near the wall. Then I kept pushing my hand outward, and suddenly the texture of the wall was against my hand. Just by pushing out, my arm had stretched to twice its length without my noticing anything different. When I relaxed the pushing out, the arm came back and seemed normal. This confirms the other evidence that you can make it just about whatever shape you think of, consciously or unconsciously. If left alone, it reverts to your normal humanoid shape. If you consciously think it into a given shape, I suspect you take that form. You might convert temporarily into the shape of, for example, a cat or a dog. Could this be the source of the werewolf and vampire bat mythology? I'm not so sure I want to give it a try. The 10th of October 62 night. I have found another clue to the "how do you look when you're not physical" question. In the early evening, around 7:30, I decided to try to visit RW in her apartment some 8 miles distant. I was sure she would be awake non-physically, of course. I had no difficulty, and found myself immediately in a living room. There was what I thought to be RW sitting in a chair near a bright light. I moved toward her, but she didn't seem to pay any attention to me. Then I was sure she saw me, but she seemed frightened. I backed away, then started to speak, but something pulled me back to the physical, and I found myself in my bedroom, in the physical, the vibrations fading. The reason for recall was that my arm was asleep and tingling from lack of circulation. I was lying on it the wrong way. There was a most unusual aftermath. The next day RW asked me what I was doing the night before. I asked her why, and she stated, I was sitting in the living room after supper, reading the paper. Something made me look up, and there on the other side of the room was something hanging and waving in the air. I asked her what it looked like. It was like a filmy piece of gray chiffon, she said. I could see the wall and chair behind it, and it started to come toward me. I was frightened, and I thought it might be you, so I said, Bob, is that you? But it just hung there in midair, waving slightly. I then asked again if it was you, and if so, please go home and don't bother me. Then it backed away and faded out quickly. She asked if it was really me, and I said I thought it might be. Well, next time, say something so I'll be sure it's you, she answered. Then I won't be so scared. I assured her I would. At least I'm not a very bright-hued ghost, and I don't have human shape, sometimes. November 21, 62 night. This time, I decided to make it a purely local trip. I started to float across the room toward the door, then I remembered that I don't need to use doors under these conditions. I turned and went straight to the wall, expecting to slide right through it. I didn't. When I came up against the wall, I seemed to be unable to penetrate it. It felt just like a wall when you physically push against it with your hands. I reasoned that there was something wrong. I have been through walls easily before. I should have been able to go through it. With this, I pushed with my outstretched arms against the wall. There was a moment of resistance, then I went through, just as easily as if the wall were water. But there was one difference. As I went through to the outside, I felt and identified every layer of material in the wall, the paint, the plaster, the lath, the sheathing, and finally the shingles on the outside. It was much like the hand through the floor. Why the unusual resistance at the first try? February 15, 63 night. This was a most unusual experiment. After lifting out easily and holding control in the same room, I finally got up the courage to go back and carefully examine the physical body remaining on the bed. I started down slowly, reaching out in the semidarkness. There was only light from the twilight through the windows, and I couldn't see too well, and perhaps this was good. There is some kind of revulsion about seeing your own physical body. I reached down carefully to touch my physical head, and my hands touched feet. At first, I thought I had drifted somewhere else, and I felt my toes. My left big toe has a thick nail due to a long ago mashing by a dropped log. This big toe left did not. I felt with my hands to the right foot. The big toe on the right foot did have the thick nail. Everything was reversed, like a mirror image. I felt up the body slowly, and from the toe on, I couldn't tell if it was reversed or not. The point is, I could feel the physical. My hands didn't seem simply to go through it. It was very eerie to feel my face with the closed eyes as if it were another person's. I got close enough actually to see the face. It was I, all right, but just a little distorted. Either that, or I'm a lot less acceptable looking than my ego and pride will admit to. I never have thought myself to be handsome, but at least I thought I was a little better than this. Strange, the reversal. Floating in the half-darkness, I could have swung around and become disoriented. But the thick nail was on the right foot instead of the left. I must examine this further. March 18, 60 night. A query from Dr. Bradshaw prompted this one. After being out and close by, I thought I would try to find out if I wear clothes in the non-physical, to try to answer his question. I had never bothered to find out before, I suppose basically because I don't have too much of a preoccupation with clothes. They are for me principally for comfort and warmth. I felt my second, non-physical body. There was skin with goose bumps, but no clothes. Not this time, anyway. February 23, 61 night. I got out of the physical by the log roll process, then started across the room. Something seemed to be holding me back. It was like trying to walk slowly in water, pulling with arms and legs and getting nowhere. Suddenly, there was a tug at my back, not painful, and I cartwheeled backward, in an arc, feet overhead, and re-entered the physical. I sat up, physically, and someone was knocking at the door. My daughter. What was it that pulled me back so definitely? The cord I have since read of. The 7th of July 60 afternoon. This was an experiment I don't want to try again. I was in the charged Faraday cage copper screen mesh, above ground, DC charge 50 kV. I attempted to move through the cage. I got out of the physical okay, then I seemed to be entangled in a large bag made of flexible wire. The bag gave when I pushed against it, but I couldn't go through it. I struggled like a trapped animal in a snare, and finally went back into the physical. In thinking it over, quite evidently it was not the wire itself, but the electrical field pattern set up in fundamentally the same shape as the cage, but more flexible. Maybe this could be the basis for a ghost catcher. October 30, 60 afternoon. At about 3:15 I lay down with the intent of going to visit EW in his house some 5 miles distant. After some difficulty, I managed to move into the vibrational state, then out into the room, away from the physical. With a mental aim at EW I took off and moved slowly comparatively. I suddenly found myself over a business street, moving slowly about 25 feet above the sidewalk, just above the top edge of the second-story windows. I recognized the street to be the main street of the town, and recognized the block and corner over which I passed. I drifted along over the sidewalk for several minutes, and noticed a filling station on the corner, where a white car had both rear wheels off in front of two open grease rack doors. I was disappointed in that I had not gone to EW, my destination. Seeing nothing else of interest, I decided to return to the physical, and did so without incident. Upon return, I sat up and tried to analyze why I had not gone where I intended. On an impulse, I got up, went down to the garage, and drove the 5 miles to his town. My thought was at least to make the trip profitable, and check on what I saw. I got to the same corner on Main Street, and there was the white car in front of the two open doors. Little evidential pieces like that help. I looked up at the approximate position I had been over the sidewalk, and got a surprise. At just about the exact height I had floated over the sidewalk were power primaries containing fairly high voltage electrical current. Do electrical fields attract this second body? Is this the medium through which it travels? Tonight I finally reached EW at home. It seems that my aim wasn't too far off. At approximately 3:25 EW was walking down Main Street, and I was following directly over him, as nearly as we can figure. The 9th of January 61 night. In response to a question brought up in discussion with Mrs. Bradshaw, I decided to see if there truly was a cord between the physical and the second body. In the past, I had not noticed any if there was, except for an odd tugging action at times. With this in mind, I went through the memory procedure, in the late afternoon, near dusk. I worked out of the physical via axis rotation, and remained in the room several feet up and away from the physical. I turned to look for the cord, but it was not visible to me, either it was too dark or not there. Then I reached around my head to see if I could feel it coming out the front, top, or back of my head. As I reached the back of my head, my hand brushed against something and I felt behind me with both hands. Whatever it was extended out from a spot in my back directly between my shoulder blades, as nearly as I can determine, not from the head, as I expected. I felt the base, and it felt exactly like the spread-out roots of a tree radiating out from the basic trunk. The roots slanted outward and into my back down as far as the middle of my torso, up to my neck, and into the shoulders on each side. I reached outward, and it formed into a cord, if you can call a 2-inch thick cable a cord. It was hanging loosely, and I could feel its texture very definitely. It was body-warm to the touch and seemed to be composed of hundreds thousands of tendon-like strands packed neatly together, but not twisted or spiraled. It was flexible, and seemed to have no skin covering. Satisfied that it did exist, I took off and went. The basic characteristics noted have been confirmed many other times in various ways. Still, there appears to be no method to validate such evidence except by personal experience and observation by others. Perhaps this will come, in time. Let us see, then, what we have learned from the preceding. First, this second body has weight as we understand it. It is subject to gravitational attraction, although much less than the physical body. The physicist might explain this, of course, by saying that it is a question of mass, and anything that can interpenetrate a wall must have so little density as to be able to sift through the space between the molecular matter structure. Such little density implies very little mass, but it still may be matter. This is further supported by the half-out experiment, where the legs and hips were separated, then allowed to drift downward and drape over the bed. The low-density mass fell as a feather would fall. Pushing through the wall may be an example also. The initial resistance may be caused by some form of surface tension, vibrationally speaking, which, once broken, permits the less dense mass to pass between the wall molecules. Perhaps some speculative physicist can take it from there. Second, this second body is visible under certain conditions. To be visible, it must either reflect or radiate light in the known spectrum, or at the least a harmonic in this area. Based upon the report in the arms and legs experiment, I seem to be viewing radiated light, but only around the perimeter of the body form. The rest was invisible under daylight conditions. It must be considered, too, that my perceptual and sensory mechanisms may or must have been in some heightened or altered condition which made this seeing possible. The gray chiffon, seen by RW under artificial light and in a fully conscious state, may be something else again. From the description, this may fall in the reflected light category. Taken as reported, there evidently are conditions where a fully conscious observer can be visually aware of the presence of the second body. What such conditions are, I do not know. Third, the sense of touch in the second body seems to be very similar to that in the physical, i.e., when the hands felt each other, the sensation seemed identical. The same seemed true in the report of the search for the cord. The hands could feel and touch the non-physical self, and it was flesh touching flesh according to the sensory receptors, with the exception of the hair follicle type of skin protuberations. Also, there are indications that the non-physical hands can touch the physical body, with much the same result, as witness the experiment with the return for direct examination, beginning with the toes. This is borne out again in the man on the back experience, where I felt the physical body in direct proximity with the non-physical by parts of the body other than my hands. It would seem that in a so-called local condition, the second body can perceive and touch physical objects as well. Fourth, the second body is very plastic and may take whatever form is suitable to or desired by the individual. The ability to stretch out the arm to 3 times its normal length points to such elasticity. Extrapolated, one could conceive of the entire non-physical travel as the incredible stretching out of some substance emanating from the physical. The snap back to the physical when the desire or will to stay out is terminated lends credence to the idea. The appearance of the second body as a waving piece of filmy cloth defies analysis of any kind to date, but may again indicate plasticity. If no special form is transmitted by the mind or will at a given moment, we can assume that the familiar humanoid shape is maintained through some automatic thought habituality. Fifth, there exists the possibility that the second body is a direct reversal of the physical. This is supported by the logrolling, rotational separation, and by the experiment involving the exploration of the physical body as it lay inert on the couch. There was the head-to-foot discovery, which may well be explained by the dislocation in semidarkness. However, coupled with the big toe identification, it deserves consideration. There are suggestions of this in other reports, which were relegated initially to disorientation and purely subjective responses. The reversal concept may in some way have an association with the antimatter theory. Sixth, direct investigation tends to support the premise of a connecting cord between the physical and the second body, as described many times through the ages in esoteric literature. What purpose is served by this connecting link is at this time unknown. It can be speculated that the second body and the intelligence inhabiting it still exert control over the physical via this communicating link. It seems probable that messages also travel by this method to the second body from the physical, as witness the call to return from the poor circulation in the cramped arm, and the warning knock on the door. If the connection is maintained, it must be truly a highly elastic substance much like the second body itself in order to stretch the seemingly infinite distances called for. Seventh, the relationship between the second body and electricity and electromagnetic fields is quite significant. The experiment in the Faraday cage points to this, as does the positioning of the second body over the street, in or adjacent to the field set up by the primary electrical current or in the electrical current itself. 14. Mind and supermind. Having described the physical aspects of the second body, it would seem most important to examine how the mind apparently operates in reaction to the second body experience. Students of the mental sciences may dispute the terminology used herein, since no attempt is made here to review the phenomenon in psychiatric, psychological, or physiological terms. Rather, it is hoped that this section, as well as the previous one, will have common meaning for all sciences and scientific minds, and that it will act as a bridge to further exploration for every intellectual interest. The question posed most often is, how do you know you aren't dreaming, that what you experience is nothing more than a vivid dream or a hallucination of some sort? This does deserve some answer other than the counter question, how do I know my waking experience is real? As reported elsewhere, I was certain that these experiences were dreams or hallucinations for a long period in the early stages. They were seriously considered as something more only when evidential data began to accumulate. The experiences differ from the typical dream state principally in the following ways. 1. Continuity of some sort of conscious awareness. 2. Intellectual or emotional or blends of the two decisions made during the experiences. 3. Multivalued perception via sensory inputs or their equivalents. 4. Non-recurrence of identical patterns, and 5. Development of events in sequence that seem to indicate a time lapse. The most certain statement that can be made is that when the condition exists, you are as aware of, not dreaming, as you are when you are awake. The same standards of wakefulness can be applied with the same positive result. This is what is so disconcerting in the early experimentation. The duality of existence is completely contradictory to all available scientific training and human experience. Again, the ultimate proof of such affirmation is to experience one's self in this state of being. Is this a product of self-hypnosis with attendant posthypnotic suggestion? Quite probably the method of induction and establishment of the condition relates to hypnosis in many ways. Hypnosis itself is a phenomenon of which very little is understood. Suggestion, as employed in hypnosis, may be part of the activation process. However, great care has been taken to avoid any indirect suggestion or any stimuli that would induce hallucinated experience. When more is known of the factors involved in hypnosis, an interrelationship with the practices involved here may appear. If the mind does act differently, what are the points of diversion? Generally, it seems that the conscious mind or the entirety of the individual gradually passes through a learning process. In retrospect, the effect is an evolutionary adaptation and acceptance of the conscious mind into a relegated portion of a whole. The total is an equal blend of conscious, unconscious, and supermind transcendent self, all fully aware of the others. However, this amalgamation is effective only in the second state. If it continues in the physical environment, the effect is noticeable only to a limited degree. In the earlier penetration into the second state, thought and action are dominated almost entirely by the unconscious, subjective mind. Attempts at rational understanding seem buried in an avalanche of emotional reaction. All primary subjective drives are strongly evident, demanding to be heeded and/or satisfied. It is impossible to deny their existence. Basic fears which you believed to be erased are the first to come forth. These are followed or joined by the equally strong drive for sexual union, which will be examined elsewhere. Together, these present two solid strikes against continued development of the second state. Throughout mankind's history, fear and sexuality have been the major motivating and control characteristics in all forms of social organization. It is therefore understandable that they play such a vital part in the second state. Slowly, the conscious mind begins to act upon this apparently unorganized, illogical mass, to bring order and objective perception into it. In the beginning, it seems an impossible task. In the later stages, the conscious mind develops a symbiotic relationship with it. Only rarely do matters get out of hand. This is not to say that the conscious mind is in full control in the second state. Rather, it is merely a modulator of a master or driving force. Who is the master? Call it supermind, soul, greater self, the label isn't important. It is important to know that the conscious mind automatically responds to commands of the master without question. In the physical state, we seem only dimly aware of this. In the second state, it is a natural occurrence. The supermind knows unquestionably what is right, and problems result only when the conscious mind stubbornly refuses to recognize this superior knowledge. The source of knowledge of the supermind leads down many avenues, most of which seem beyond our conscious mind world perception. Heredity is the most acceptable of these, and the most insufficient. With this continuing adaptation in progress, we can deduce certain observable premises. These lead to conclusions applicable to the second state environment. Thought-action synchronicity. Whereas in the physical state action follows thought, here they are one and the same. There is no mechanical translation of thought into action. One gradually appreciates the existence of thought as a force in itself rather than as a trigger or catalyst. It is primarily an emotional thought force, which is gradually molded into coherent action. It is the thought of movement that creates the action. It is the thought of the person to be visited that determines the destination. Also, it is the Superman's needs that create movement into unknown areas, often without an immediate conscious awareness of the motivating forces. Thought patterns carried over from physical activities strongly influence responses in the second state of existence. It is astounding to discover how many small thought habits one has grown, and how embarrassed one often feels at the automatic quality of them. Although no purely physical habits, needs, or desires, e.g., hunger, pain, smoking, seem to be carried over as such, minor annoying thought patterns and conditioning appear to confuse and divert attention. The exception to all of this is the sexual drive, and even this is tainted by artificial social standards and the habits they have produced. Here is an illustration of a minor habit carry over from the notes. The 11th of June 63 night. When they came close to me, each taking an arm to lead me through the area, my hand went to my right chest pocket, to feel if the bulk of my wallet was still there, so that it would not be taken. It took some moments to realize that there was no wallet, perhaps no coat. Nor was there any intent on the part of the two who held me to take my non-existent wallet. This is the price of living in crowds in the big city. Little habits like these do get in the way, and you run into them again and again. The method of disposal is to recognize them, one by one. Once they are identified, they are no longer bothersome. The same is true of thoughts in relation to the shape of the physical body. For example, if you have been conditioned to acute awareness of nakedness, you will automatically think you are clothed, and so you are. The form of your physical body is carried over in replica down to the last hair follicle and scar, unless you deliberately think otherwise. Conversely, if your thought habits have been in other directions, you may take whatever form is most convenient, deliberately or otherwise. I suspect that one may modify the second body into whatever form is desired. Once the thought is discarded, the second body will drop back into its habitual humanoid shape. This opens up some interesting speculation into man's mythology. If one wished to experience the existence of a quadruped, the second body might be transformed temporarily into a large dog, and someone with second state vision, there probably are many such people, might encounter a werewolf. Or the fables of half man, half goat, horse could be the result. One might think, wings and fly, and be transformed momentarily into a vampire bat. It seems less impossible when one experiments with the power of thought in the second state. To put it another way, there seems to be nothing that thought cannot produce in this new old other life. This invites a note of caution in large red letters: be absolutely sure of the results you desire, and constantly in control of the thoughts you engender. Perception changes. This is the area of most significant yet most incomprehensible alteration. Because we have learned no other way of dealing with it, all sensory input is translated at first into terms and meanings appreciated by the five physical senses. For example, when one begins to see in this unfamiliar shape, the impression is that this seeing is much the same as optical reception by the physical eyes. Only later do you discover empirically that this is not the case. It isn't physical seeing at all. You learn that you can see in all directions at once, without turning the head, that you see or don't see according to the thought, and that when examined objectively, it is more an impression of radiation rather than a reflection of light waves. The same applies to other physical senses. You believe at first that you are hearing people speak to you. Early, you perceive that no ear has received a sensory message. In some other way, you have received the message, thought, and your mind has translated it into understandable words. Touch seems to have the most definite relationship to its physical counterpart. Smell and taste have been conspicuously absent to date. Most interesting is the evidence that none of these modes of perception works wholly automatically. You seem to be able to turn them on or off at will. There also seem to be a few new means of sensory input. One of these is identification of other human entities, living, dead? Not by how they look, but through an undisguised awareness of their prime personality habits and thoughts. This is most remarkable, because it seems infallible, with the innermost self appearing to radiate patterns, much as the composition of a star or a piece of metal can be analyzed by its spectrograph. I suspect that such emanations cannot be shut off by the individual, so there can be no covering over of the inner self to hide it from view. Another is the ability to communicate with others at a level above conscious awareness. This has been performed with living persons awake and asleep. It is quite possible that it also takes place among people living in the physical state who are completely unaware of it. In the second state, it is specific and utterly natural. There are many incidents reported in the notes of such communication while the other person is in conscious physical conversation with a third party. The most frustrating part of this is that the communicant rarely has any memory of it afterward. Also, it is only with difficulty that such contact is opened with a person physically awake. It is like trying to rouse a person from a sound, deep sleep. It may be that this communicating portion of the mind is actually asleep during periods of physical consciousness. Free association or regressive hypnotic techniques should bring recall from such sources when needed. One problem is encountered periodically in perception during the second state. It may be more common in perception by physical means than has been reported, and thus not unique. I refer to the question of the mind's identification of persons, places, and things which up to that moment have been unknown and unperceived previously. In the quest for evidential data and self-orientation, the mind seems to act strongly in response to an unformed thought command to identify, without modification or equivocation. Therefore, when an unknown or apparently impossible situation, place, person, or thing is encountered, the mind comes up with some kind of answer rather than no answer whatsoever. The answer takes the form of rationalization, if it can be called that, or more commonly, a search is made of past memories and experiences to produce proper identification. It compares the situation under which the object or action is perceived with past personal experience. If there is nothing to coincide exactly with the observed data, the mind invariably reports the most similar memory and states, "This is the object or action you are seeing." It is only after critical analysis that some semblance of what actually was perceived comes to light. There are many good illustrations of this phenomenon. One of the best is the visit to Mr. Bonson's house in the morning. The mind, having no reference in its memory of the object being placed in the back of the car, Van de Graaff generator, identified properly its approximate size, the round, wheel-like protuberance on a post, and the base platform, and reported erroneously that it was a child's automobile. The mind properly reported the boy and the baseball, because this was a part of its memory bank data. However, it ran into a problem on the motion of Mrs. Bonson in handing out the morning mail. This was reported as dealing cards, but the mind was faced with the incongruity of playing with large white cards, letters, at a table filled with dishes. The idea of card playing was the least impossible similar event in the memory association, so that was the unit retained. Of equal interest was the experience of the airplane crash reported in Chapter 11. Here was a whole series of events filled with much sensory data, filtered by the mind's past associations. Added to this was the rapid superimposure of information, so that the sequence of events in time added to the confusion. The impression of taking a trip by airplane was quite accurate. However, the mind forgot that there was a bus trip to the airport first. Consequently, in reporting the loading of the bus, the impression was that this was the airplane. In boarding the bus, the mind perceived the driver waiting beside the door. In an attempt to identify the man, the memory was searched and the most similar person in past experience, D.D., was selected as the person encountered. The physical similarity between the bus driver and D.D. when compared later was most remarkable. Recognition of the woman in the seat ahead and her discomfort was another form of misinterpretation. The discomfort or anxiety was accurate, the reason wrong. The mind had not determined the cause of the woman's anxiety, so it related it to the individual, as some answer was demanded. Then, the flying low and slow over streets was a perfect description of the event itself, the bus traveling the turnpike to the airport, except that the mind was still fixed on the idea of flying in an airplane. The mind still held fixedly on the fact that the plane flight had already begun. When the plane encountered the storm, the mind reported the plane flying under power and telephone wires because it could not translate directly the effect of the storm. Most significant was the mind's interpretation of the accident or catastrophe. It saw what appeared to be a disruption of the heart activities. This was an impossible situation, an inconceivable event based upon its experience. In the face of this past data, the mind was forced to identify. Experience said the observed catastrophe was not possible. Therefore, it selected an airplane crash as an event that would be believed and acceptable as a possibility. From this, the difficulty of accurately reporting the observance of unknown material can be understood. If it proves this complex in familiar environments, one can well imagine what takes place when that which is perceived has no relationship whatsoever to previous experience. Only by laborious trial and error have a few facts been assembled, and these may not all be common with the interpretation of other minds with other experience backgrounds. This is the reason for the need for others to experience the same conditions. The entire picture may become clear with the help of such additional reports. Of the few facts that have been properly tagged, there are the flying and falling dreams. I am quite certain that such dreams are but memories of some degree of second-state experience. I have often become aware of experiencing the flying dream during sleep, only to discover that I was actually floating out in the second body as I brought consciousness to the incident. This involuntary action happens most frequently without any conscious effort. It may well be that many people do have this experience during sleep, but just don't remember it. A dream of riding or flying in an airplane has a similar connotation. The mind, refusing to accept the possibility of flying without mechanical help due to memory experience, conjures up an airplane to rationalize the event. Again, when consciousness and full awareness are brought into play, the airplane disappears. There you are, high in the air, with no logical means of support. It is most disconcerting until you get used to the idea. Falling dreams were also repeatedly examined in my early experiments. It is a common feeling in quick reintegration of the second body with the physical. Evidently, the proximity of the physical causes it to accept relayed sensory signals from the second, which is falling, into the physical. By the same token, the process of falling asleep often brings forth a sinking sensation. By trying it again and again, the effect is produced by the separation of the second from the physical, and the sensory impressions are split between the two. Perhaps the same sinking sensation takes place when one loses consciousness from other causes, such as fainting, application of anesthesia, etc. Intelligence measurement. On the surface, except for the addition of sensory abilities just noted, there seems to be no immediate opening of new vistas of knowledge and information. There is no jump in IQ by the standards applied in the physical world. There is indeed a new kind of intellect at work, but it is in a form that seems incomprehensible. This composite mind uses the experiences of living in the physical, but applies them only when they fit the event or incident. Sometimes actions take place that seem utter nonsense to the conscious mind, and their validity is recognized only after the event. After a significant number of experiments, one becomes aware that the conscious mind in itself, even with its memory recall patterns, is insufficient for the task of full comprehension. There is too much to be evaluated that is beyond the scope of conscious personal experience. Again, this demands a continuing need to organize the available data into comprehensive form, and to add to that body of knowledge through the evidential experience of other conscious minds. This conscious mind has recognized its limitations. Memory patterns. If the conscious intellect does not seem improved, the memory storehouse is another matter. One of the early changes is the gradual flooding of the memory with events, places, people, and things that have no relationship in any way to one's current physical life activities or past experience. Nor do they seem to have any bearing on the visits to locales 2 or 3. The source of these memories still remains a mystery. They are sensed and recalled while in the second state. For example, I have a vivid memory of a place where I used to live, the roads leading up to it, the shape of the land, its location in relation to the road, and the surrounding landscape. It is not a good piece of land, but I seem to have worked hard for it and it was all I could afford. I had intentions of building a house on it someday. There is the memory also of 3 connected buildings on a city street, old buildings, some 8 stories high. The top floors of these buildings, similar to old apartment buildings, have been joined into one large living area, with large, high-ceilinged rooms. One has to step up or down slightly to go from one room to another due to the difference in floor levels. This was a place I visited, not too often, sometime, somewhere. There are many more, probably unimportant in relation to the whole. It is important to know, however, that these are directly the product of second-state experimentation. Of what value they are, beyond to confuse, I have yet to learn. 15. Sexuality in the second state. Throughout the entire experimentation, evidence began to mount of a factor most vital to the second state. Yet in all the esoteric literature of the underground, there is no mention of this, not so much as one word of consideration or explanation. This factor is sexuality and the physical sex drive. If the second state data is contemplated as fact, this business of sex among humans has somehow become thoroughly confused, distorted, and badly misunderstood. In a nation where over 90% of the practicing psychiatrists are Freudian, much mention is made of this factor. Virtually no thought or action stems from any other motivation, if we subscribe wholly to this theory. With the label of evil long pinned to the subject, the underground probably ignores it as something grossly material, and unworthy of any bearing in spiritual development. Much the same pattern has applied to religions, formal and otherwise. Like food, this necessity was manipulated in man's history again and again under artificial rules and taboos to exercise control over the mass populace. To a great extent, this still applies as a basic control over our desires and actions. Watch almost any American TV commercial to observe one facet. Listen to a hellfire and damnation preacher for another. Study the uncensored history of any major civilization or religion for the long look. In the underground, there were rumors based upon mild evidence that many well-known psychics were highly sexed individuals. The more sophisticated group claimed knowledge of this parallel, but nothing was synthesized from it. Gurdjieff, the famous early 20th century mystic, was reported to have stated that if there had been 2 obstacles to achieving the mystical state such as the sexual one presented, he wouldn't have achieved it. It is impossible to describe how deeply I now appreciate and understand Gurdjieff's comment. For I have been subjected to the same environmental concepts and conditioning as any American. Even now, after a deconditioning process, I sense echoes of guilt and sin in attempting to bring some candor to this section. Yet I know this would be an incomplete report without it. Here are some excerpts from the notes in the early experimental stage. The 7th of May 58. Late night, bedroom, low humidity, no moon. I was physically tired, mentally calm. I lay down to sleep, and the vibration pattern developed some 5 minutes later. I got up courage to try a lift out thought, and moved out and up slowly and steadily to about 5 feet over the bed. I was trying to decide what to do when I was filled with a great desire for sexual satisfaction. It was so strong that I forgot everything else. I looked around and spotted my wife lying below me on the bed. I went down and tried to wake her so we could have a sexual act, but was unsuccessful. She wouldn't wake up. I felt that the only way I could achieve results would be in the physical, so I dove back into the body. The vibration started to fade almost immediately. By the time I sat up physically, the sexual desire had gone completely. This is very strange. I didn't know I had such strong undercurrents of desire. The 1st of June 58. Late night, bedroom, average humidity, cloudy. I was sleepy, but mentally alert. The vibrations came in some 2 minutes after lying down to sleep. I lifted straight out and up by the think method, and was overwhelmed again with the sex urge, for the 4th time in a row. I can't shut it off, no matter how hard I try. Disgusted with myself, I went back into the physical. The vibrations were not in evidence when I sat up. There must be a way to shut it off. July 29, 58. Late night, office, average humidity. I was somewhat tired, but mentally alert. I think I have found the answer to the sex maniac in me. It worked this time with amazing results. The vibrations came in gently, and I waited until they seemed strong, then, thought, up, and there I was over the bed again. Again, I looked all through the office for a female. As in the past, every time I tried to think of going farther than 10 feet from the physical body, the sex idea stopped me. The new technique was that instead of fighting the idea of sex, or ignoring it, or denying its existence, I thought, yes, the idea of sex is a very good one and I must do something about it. I will in just a little while, but first, I want to go somewhere else. With a start, I shot up through the ceiling and in just a few seconds, I was in another room. They were sitting at a table and there was a long white book on the table. I was excited, but quickly became worried about getting back, and thought urgently of my physical body. With a rush, I felt myself wiggling into my body. I sat up physically on the couch, looked around, and everything seemed normal, including myself. But I had at last left the immediate vicinity. I wonder who the two people were. From this, it can be seen that the sex drive was never actually conquered. Instead, it was set aside, put off for the moment while I fully recognized and acknowledged its existence. Actually, the idea came from what used to be called the Gene Autry love scene. In his typical Western, Gene would fight the villains to save the girl, and led her to the corral fence. He would move close to her and make remarks about how pretty her hair was, just like a sorrel. The girl, with love in her eyes, would move in. Just as you, and the girl, were sure he was going to kiss her, even after she had asked him to kiss her, old Gene would say, "I sure will, Susie Jane, but first, I want to sing you a little song." And from nowhere, he'd pull out a guitar and sing about horses. After the song, he never did kiss the girl because the picture ended before he got around to it. The idea of delaying instead of denying proved to be the means of emancipation from the domination of the sex drive. The drive remained, and still does, and will return given the least opportunity. And those opportunities do arise in the second state, but in a different form. Different is actually a very inadequate description. The sexual action-reaction in the physical seems but a pale imitation or a feeble attempt to duplicate a very intimate second-state form of communion and communication which is not at all sexual, as we understand the term. In the physical drive for sexual union, it is as if we are somehow remembering dimly the emotional peak that occurs among people in the second state, and translating it into a sexual act. If you find this difficult to accept, try to examine objectively your own sexual desires specifically, without the conditioning factors to which you have been exposed. Take away the rules and taboos, and look closely without emotional bias. It can be done. Perhaps you too will wonder how mankind could have been so greatly misdirected. Here is the closest possible analogy to the second state experience, of which physical sexuality is merely a shadow. If the opposite charged poles of electrostatics could feel, as the unlike ends approach one another, they would need to come together. There is no barrier that can restrain it. The need increases progressively with nearness. At a given point of nearness, the need is compelling, very close, it is all-encompassing. Beyond a given point of nearness, the attraction need exerts tremendous pull and the two unlikes rush together and envelop one another. In an immediate moment, there is a mind-soul shaking interflow of electrons, one to the other, unbalanced charges become equalized, peaceful contented balance is restored, and each is revitalized. All this happens in an instant, yet an eternity passes by. Afterward, there is a calm and serene separation. It is as normal and natural as this. It may be difficult to reduce this vital functional emotion to a simple and truly natural need, to nothing more or less than the application of a law of physics at another level. Yet many tests consistently support this premise. The distillate of this conclusion did not come easily, as there were almost insurmountable barriers to overcome. The first of these was the conditioned responses set up and ingrained by the rules and taboos of our social structure. Initially, these were carried over into the second state. Here is a good example from the notes. September 16, 59. Upon deciding to see, I became aware of my position in the room. The office was dimly lit and I was above the table and some 8 feet away from the couch, where I could make out my physical body half visible in the dark. Then, near the door, I saw a form, certainly humanoid, moving toward me. Immediately, I knew that this person was female. I was still cautious, but I was fighting the sex urge, which was rising in spite of any self-will. "I am a woman." It seemed to be a low, woman's voice. I said that I knew she was trying to hold back. The sexual overtones in her voice were unmistakable. She came even closer. My mind translated that she was indeed a woman, and the epitome of sexual attractiveness. I backed away, torn by desire and the fear of what might happen if I actually did have a sexual relationship while in the second body, and the possible disloyalty to my wife. Finally, my fear of possible unknown consequences overcame the desire, and I hastily dived back into the physical body, reassociated, and sat up. I looked around. The room was empty. The moment I thought about the event, my physical body reacted and became stimulated. I went outside for a walk before returning to make these notes. Maybe I am a coward. It took a number of these meetings at varying levels of intensity before I began to assess the wrong of it that held me back. There seemed to be a direct relationship between what I interpreted as the sexual drive and this force that permitted me to disassociate from the physical body. Was it a redirection of this basic drive that I actually felt as vibrations? Or was it the other way around? Was the sexual drive a physical and emotional manifestation of the force? Perhaps there is a way to examine this under very strictly controlled conditions, that is, if there is a society mature enough to undertake the experiments. Certainly ours is not. All that can be done here is to attempt to bring certain points under scrutiny. Recently, in scientific studies of dreams and sleep, it was noted that during REM rapid eye movement sleep, male subjects evidenced a penile erection. This occurred irrespective of the dream content. A non-sexual dream still produced the effect. This is about as far as science has experimented to date. It is mentioned here only because the most consistent physical reaction noted when returning from the second state is a penile erection. It is a clue, no more. Whether through redirection or purification, second-state sexuality is not the same as its physical echo, even once the habits and preconceptions of the latter are discarded. The barriers created and continually reinforced by social conditioning are but half of it. The physical-mechanical elements themselves no longer seem to apply. For a long time, the mind will continue to translate the attraction-action-reaction sequence as a similar function occurring non-physically. As perception and control sharpen, the differences become more noticeable. First and most obvious, there is no evidence of the male-female interpenetration. Attempts to express the need in such a functional manner become pathetic in retrospect. One discovers in frustration that it just doesn't happen that way in the second state. Next, sensuality produced by the physical form of the sex counterpart is entirely absent. There is no distinct pattern of physical shape, either visually or by touch. How, then? What then? The analogy of the opposite magnetic poles still holds. There is an acute awareness of difference, which is like radiation, as it may well be, from the sun, or a fire is felt by one shivering with cold. It is dynamically attractive and needed. This attraction varies in intensity with the individual. Define what makes one person more sexually attractive than another, it is more than physical proportions. It can be like magnetic lines of flux. The act itself is not an act at all, but an immobile, rigid state of shock where the two truly intermingle, not just at a surface level and at one or two specific body parts, but in full dimension, atom for atom, throughout the entire second body. There is a short, sustained electron flow one to another. The moment reaches unbearable ecstasy, and then tranquility, equalization, and it is over. Why this takes place, why it is needed, I do not know, any more than the north pole of a magnet understands its need for the south pole of another magnet. Unlike the magnet, however, we can perceive objectively and ask, why? One fact is certain, as in the physical state, the act is equally needed in the second. In some part of locale 2, it is as ordinary as shaking hands. Here is an excerpt from the notes. The 12th of September 63. I arrived for no discernible reason in an outdoor area among some 7 or 8 people, all standing in a casual group. They did not appear particularly surprised to see me, and I was cautious as usual. There was some hesitation on their part, as if they did not know how to treat or greet me, but no hostility. Finally, one stepped forward in a friendly manner as if to shake hands. I was about to thrust out my hand when the person moved very close to me, and suddenly, there was a quick, momentary flash of the sex charge. I was surprised and a little shocked. Then, one after the other, each stepped forward, greeted me in this fashion, as simply as a handshake, right down the line of people. Finally, the last one stepped forward, the only one I was truly able to perceive as a female. She seemed much older than the others, and she seemed to express friendliness and good humor. "Well, I haven't done it for a long time," she laughed as she said it, "but I'm willing to give it a try." With this, she moved in close, and we had a short and not feeble sex charge together. She backed away, chuckled humorously, and rejoined the others. After a few moments, and some attempts to find out where I was, I grew uncomfortable and felt that I should get back. I moved away straight up, stretched for the physical, and returned without incident. Was the sex charge greeting a typical custom there, or were they attempting to be pleasant to a stranger by temporarily adopting a custom that seems to be commonplace in his homeland? This might be, if they looked at the secret inner selves of most of us in physical bondage. Sexual dream fantasies caused by some early sex repression. This might be the Freudian answer, and also the easy way out, the mislabeling to avoid facing uncharted possibilities. What evidence is there that it is anything else? There is no way to prove the above, because there is no means of determining the where of it. In the experience above, yes. In another. Again, from the notes. The 4th of March 61. Late night, in the study, ground floor. I was not overtired, and mentally alert. I deliberately induced the vibrations, by the cut-down method. It was a Saturday night, and this is being written Sunday afternoon, based upon notes during the night and later events. Some preliminary information. On Saturday afternoon yesterday, a friend of my wife, a woman, JF, phoned to ask if she could visit us overnight. She arrived in time for dinner, and after a quiet and pleasant evening we retired, our guest going upstairs to the small, square guest room in the front of the house, or so I assumed. I believed also that our 2 children were asleep in their own room, which is long and rectangular and directly over the study. I decided to sleep in the study rather than in the bedroom with my wife, as I felt that I could induce the vibrations and didn't want possibly to disturb her sleep. After many preliminaries, the vibrations came in strong and accelerated to a frequency beyond perception as individual pulsation. I lifted out of the physical easily, and with a strong sense of release and control, went on up, through the ceiling and floor above and into a rectangular room. The room was dark, and I was sure I was in the children's bedroom, but could see no one. I was about to try to go somewhere else when I became aware of a woman in the room not too far from me. I could not discern her features, but she gave me the impression that she was in her middle 30s, and that she was a woman of considerable sexual experience, that familiar radiation of characteristics. Closing parenthesis. This latter sense brought forth my sex drive, and I was attracted to her. As I approached, she said she would rather not, because she was very tired. I moved back, respecting her wishes, and indicated that it was perfectly all right. She seemed grateful, and I was considerate but disappointed. Then I noticed a second woman just to the right in the background. This second woman was older than the first, in her 40s, but was also a woman of wide sexual experience. The second woman moved forward and offered to be with me, as if she said, "I will," implying that if the first woman wouldn't, she would, eagerly. I needed no further invitation at that stage, and we moved together quickly. There was the giddy electrical type shock, and then we separated. I thanked her, and she seemed calm and contented. Feeling this was enough for one night, I turned and dived through the floor and soon was re-entering the physical. I sat up and turned on the light. Everything was quiet in the house. I smoked a cigarette and then lay down and slept for the rest of the night without incident. This morning, Sunday, I was up early as usual, and my wife came into the kitchen for coffee at about 10. She debated about going upstairs and waking JF to go to church. Casually, she mentioned that she hoped JF slept comfortably because she had been so tired. This did not strike a responsive note, but when she stated that JF had slept in the children's room instead of the guest room in a supposedly more comfortable bed and the children had slept in the guest room, it began to ring a bell. As stated, the children's room is rectangular and is directly over the study. Further, JF is in her middle 30s, a professional singer, and certainly has had wide sexual experience, 2 husbands plus a number of love affairs. Add to this the fact that she was very tired. It took several minutes to get up enough courage to ask, but I had to know. My wife is fairly well indoctrinated by this time. I asked my wife to go up and ask JF if she was sexually tired. She asked me what I meant, and I explained. Then, of course, she wanted to know why, and said that she couldn't ask JF such a question. I said I was sure she could find out, that it was important. Finally, she agreed and went upstairs to awaken JF. I waited for a long time, and finally my wife came back downstairs alone. She looked at me intently. "How did you know?" Thank goodness she didn't ask it suspiciously. She went on, "That's the reason she called and asked to come out. All week, she has been having a violent love affair, with sex every night. She told me she was just too tired to take another night of it." A short time later, JF came down for breakfast. My wife, of course, had not told her anything of my interest in her condition. She seemed her normal self for the rest of the day, with one exception. Ordinarily, JF treats me very casually as simply the husband of an old friend. Today I caught her staring at me intently again and again, as if she were trying to remember something about me but couldn't. I gave no indication that I noticed this sudden interest. This was fairly good identification. But who was the other, older woman? Aftermath, the 7th of March 61. It is now Wednesday night. During the past few days, I had tried to figure out what the older woman might signify. I had just about decided that it was a non-living person still deeply attracted to physical sex relationships, who followed JF around just to enjoy vicariously the latter's sexual activities, if this is possible. Then, yesterday, a friend dropped by the office. In the course of the conversation, he mentioned that a mutual friend, RW, had stated that she had a dream about me the past Saturday night. At the mention of Saturday night, I was immediately alert. RW was a businesswoman in her 40s. Although married, she definitely qualified as a woman of wide sexual experience, according to my own observations but not participation. RW had not described to our mutual friend the nature of the dream, so I decided to find out. I was finally able to reach her by phone today. At first, RW was rather vague about the dream content. At my gentle insistence, she stated that in the dream, I gave her a detailed, physical examination. Beyond that, she would not elaborate. Either she truly didn't recall any more, or it was much too personal for her to relate to me. But the fact that she dreamed this on the same Saturday night, that it suggested some kind of intimacy and was important enough for her to mention it, that RW meets the characteristics I had listed previously, these are hard to label coincidence. If there has been any undercurrent of sexual desire for JF and RW on my part, I was not aware of it. There is some comfort in knowing these two are still among the living. Many of the experiments in the notes are also too personal for me to relate. What has been presented thus far will, I trust, give enough indication. Suffice it to say that there have been experiences of all types, as there are evidently all types in the second state both in locale I and locale 2. The followers of the astral planes concept would say that the quality of those met would determine the level of the plane visited, quality, meaning intensity and/or degradation or elimination of the sexual experience. This would depend upon interpretation. Those who have not begun to understand the conditions of the second state alive, or dead, might well still relate the pattern to that of the physical, only without the inhibitions and limitations of the civilized, physical society. We continue to evaluate sexuality as good or bad strictly in terms of such inhibitions, restrictions, and social structure. The fallacy of this viewpoint is shown in that in our own space-time continuum, we cannot reconcile sexual practice with social rules, nor agree on this subject among the various social orders now in existence. The sexual drive in itself can be a catalyst to the vibrational condition which is the doorway to the second state. However, it is a tricky matter. It is like an exuberant child, constantly testing the authority directing it, and threatening to take over and run in another direction. But in no way is it evil in the second state. 16. Preliminary exercises. Throughout this writing, I have made many references to one evident fact: the only possible way for an individual to appreciate the reality of this second body and existence within it is to experience it himself. Obviously, if this were an easy task, it would now be commonplace. I suspect that only an innate curiosity will enable people to overcome the obstacles in the path of this achievement. Although there are many cases of existence experienced apart from the physical body, they have for the most part, at least in the Western world, been of a spontaneous, one-time nature, occurring during moments of stress or physical disability. We are speaking of something entirely different, which can be objectively investigated. The experimenter will want to proceed in a manner that will produce consistent results, perhaps not every time, but often enough to validate the evidence to his own satisfaction. I believe that anyone can experience existence in a second body if the desire is great enough. Whether or not anyone should is beyond the scope of my judgment. Evidence has led me to believe that most, if not all, human beings leave their physical bodies in varying degrees during sleep. Subsequent reading has proved that this idea is thousands of years old in man's history. If it is a valid premise, then the condition itself is not unnatural. On the other hand, conscious, willful practice of separation from the physical is contrary to the pattern, it would seem, in view of the limited data available. Harmful physical effects from such activity are undetermined. I have not detected nor have any physicians any physiological changes, good or bad, that can be attributed directly to the out-of-the-body experience. There have been many psychological changes that I recognize, and probably many more that I have not been aware of. However, even my friends in the psychiatric profession have not claimed that these have been detrimental. My gradual revision of basic concepts and beliefs is apparent in a number of ways throughout this writing. If these psychological and personality changes are truly harmful, there is not much that can be done about it now. A note of caution is in order here for those who are interested in experimenting, for once opened, the doorway to this experience cannot be closed. More exactly, it is a case of, you can't live with it and you can't live without it. The activity and resultant awareness are quite incompatible with the science, religion, and mores of the society in which we live. History is strewn with martyrs whose only crime was nonconformity. If your interest and research become commonly known, you run the risk of being labeled a freak, phony, or worse, and of being ostracized. In spite of this, something extremely vital would be missing if you did not continue to explore and investigate. In the unaccountable, periods when you cannot produce this activity no matter how carefully you try, you realize this deeply. You have a strong sense of being left out of things, of the shutting out of a source of great meaning to living. Here, then, is the best written description I can give of the technique of developing the non-physical experience. The fear barrier. There is one great obstacle to the investigation of the second body and the environment in which it operates. Perhaps it is the only major barrier. It seems to be present in all people, without exception. It may be hidden by layers of inhibition and conditioning, but when these are stripped away, the obstacle remains. This is the barrier of blind, unreasoning fear. Given only small impetus, it turns to panic, and then to terror. If you consciously pass the fear barrier, you will have passed a milestone in your investigation. I am reasonably sure that this barrier is passed unconsciously by many of us each night. When that part of us beyond our consciousness takes over, it is not inhibited by fear, although it seems to be influenced by the thought and action of the conscious mind. It seems to be accustomed to operating beyond the fear barrier, and understands better the rules of existence in this other world. When the conscious mind shuts down for the night, this supermind, soul, takes over. The investigative process relative to the second body and its environment appears to be a melding or blending of the conscious with this supermind. If this is accomplished, the fear barrier is overcome. The fear barrier is many-faceted. The most fearless of us think it does not exist, until, much to our own surprise, we encounter it within ourselves. First and foremost, there is the death fear. Because separation from the physical body is much like what is expected at death, early reactions to the experience are automatic. You think, get back in the physical, quickly. You are dying. Life is there, in the physical, get back in. These reactions appear in spite of any intellectual or emotional training. Only after repeating the process 18 to 20 times did I finally gather enough courage and curiosity to stay out more than a few seconds and observe objectively. The death fear was either sublimated or assuaged by familiarity. Others who have tried the technique have stopped after the first or second experience, unable to suppress this first aspect of the barrier. The second aspect of the fear barrier is also linked with the death fear. Will I be able to return to the physical or to get back in? With no guidelines or specific instructions, this remained a prime fear of mine for several years, until I found a simple answer that made it work every time. Mine was a matter of rationalization. I had been out several hundred times, and the evidence showed that I was able to return safely one way or another. Therefore, the probability was that I would return safely the next time also. The third basic fear was fear of the unknown. The rules and dangers of our physical environment can be determined to a reasonable degree. We have spent our lifetime building up reflexes to cope with them. Now, suddenly, here is another, completely different set of rules, another world of entirely different possibilities, populated by beings who seem to know all of them. You have no rule book, no road map, no book of etiquette, no applicable courses in physics and chemistry, no incontrovertible authority you can turn to for advice and answers. Many a missionary has been killed in a remote land under just such conditions. I must confess that this third fear still crops up, and with justification. The unknown is still to a great degree unknown. Such penetration as I have made has brought forth pitifully few unalterable and consistent rules. I can say only that, to date, I have survived these expeditions. There is so much that I do not comprehend or understand, and more that is beyond my ability to do so. Another fear is the consequent effects on the physical body as well as on the conscious mind of participation and experimentation in this form of activity. This too is very real, as our history, at least to my knowledge, does not seem to contain accurate reporting of this area. We have studies on paranoia, schizophrenia, phobias, epilepsy, alcoholism, sleeping sickness, acne, virus diseases, etc., but no assembled body of objective data on the pathology of the second body. I do not know how to circumvent the fear barrier, except by cautious initial steps that create familiarity bit by bit as you proceed. I hope this writing in its entirety will provide the psychological step over the barrier. It may help to recognize conditions and patterns that are familiar in that at least one person has had similar experiences and survived. The following are the necessary procedural developments. 1. Relaxation. The ability to relax is the first prerequisite, perhaps even the first step itself. It is deliberately generated, and is both physical and mental. Included with the condition of relaxation must be the relief from any sense of time urgency. You cannot be in a hurry. No pending appointments or anticipated calls for your services or attention must clutter up your thoughts. Impatience of any sort can effectively stifle your prospects for success. There are many techniques available for obtaining this kind of relaxation, and a number of good books cover the subject. Simply select the method that works best for you. There are 3 general methods that seem to work, 2 of which are applicable in these exercises. Auto or self-hypnosis. Most self-study books offer this method in different versions. Again, it is a matter of which is most effective for you individually. The most efficient and speediest way is to learn self-hypnosis through the training of an experienced hypnotist. He can set up post-hypnotic suggestion that will bring immediate results. However, select a tutor with care. Responsible practitioners are rare, and neophytes numerous. Forms of meditation can be converted to effective relaxation. Borderland sleep state. This is perhaps the easiest and most natural method and usually ensures relaxation of both body and mind simultaneously. The difficulty here lies in the maintenance of that delicate edge between sleep and complete wakefulness. All too often, you simply fall asleep, and that ends the experiment for the moment. By practice, conscious awareness can be taken up to this borderland state, into it, and through it, to your destination. There is no way to achieve it that I know of other than practice. The technique is as follows: lie down, preferably when you are tired and sleepy. As you become relaxed and start to drift off into sleep, hold your mental attention on something, anything, with your eyes closed. Once you can hold the borderland state indefinitely without falling asleep, you have passed the first stage. It is, however, a normal pattern to fall asleep many times in the process of this consciousness deepening. You will not be able to help yourself, but do not let this discourage you. It is not an overnight process. You will know you are successful when you become bored and expect something more to happen. If attempts to remain at the borderland state make you nervous, this too is a normal reaction. The conscious mind seems to resent sharing the authority it has during wakefulness. If this occurs, break the relaxation, get up and walk around, exercise, and lie down again. If this does not relieve the nervousness, go to sleep and try another time. You are just not in the mood. When your fixative, the picture thought you have been holding, slips away and you find yourself thinking of something else, you are close to completion of condition A. Once you have achieved condition A, the ability to hold calmly in the borderland state indefinitely with your mind on an exclusive thought, you are ready for the next step. Condition B is similar, but with the concentration eliminated. Do not think of anything, but remain poised between wakefulness and sleep. Simply look through your closed eyes at the blackness ahead of you. Do nothing more. After a number of these exercises, you may hallucinate, mind pictures, or light patterns. These seem to have no great significance, and may merely be forms of neural discharge. I can remember, for example, attempting to achieve this state after watching a football game on TV for several hours. All I saw were mind pictures of football players tackling, running, passing, etc. It took at least a half hour for the pattern to fade away. These mind pictures are apparently related to your visual concentration in the preceding 8 or 10 hours. The more intense the concentration, the longer it seems to take to eliminate the impressions. You have accomplished condition B when you are able to lie indefinitely after the impressions have faded away, with no nervousness, and seeing nothing but blackness. Condition C is a systematic deepening of consciousness while in the B state. This is approached by carefully letting go of your rigid hold on the borderland sleep edge and drifting deeper little by little during each exercise. You will learn to establish degrees of this deepening of consciousness by going down to a given level and returning at will. You will recognize these degrees by the shutting down of various sensory mechanism inputs. The sense of touch apparently goes first. You seem to have no feeling in any part of your body. Smell and taste soon follow. The auditory signals are next, and the last to fade out is vision. Sometimes the last two are reversed. I suspect that the reason for vision being last is that the exercise calls for the use of the visual network, even in blackness. Condition D is the achievement of C when one is fully rested and refreshed, rather than tired and sleepy, at the beginning of the exercise. This is quite important, and not nearly as easy to achieve as it is to write about. To enter the relaxation state full of energy and wakefulness is great insurance for maintaining conscious control. The best approach to take in the early attempts at the condition D exercise is to start it immediately after you wake up from a nap or a night's sleep. Start the exercise before you move around in bed physically, while your body is still relaxed from sleep and your mind is fully alert. Don't take too many liquids before sleeping, and you won't have the immediate need to empty your bladder upon awakening. Induction by drugs. None of the relaxation-producing drugs that are readily available seem to help. Barbiturates force a loss of conscious control and only bring a confused state in deeper consciousness. The same is true, to a lesser degree, of tranquilizers. Relaxation is obtained, but at the cost of perception. Alcohol in any form brings similar effects. More exotic compounds such as the alkaloids and hallucinogens may be more productive. I have not had enough experience or contact with these to offer an opinion or even an educated guess. It would seem that far-reaching research is indicated for these. I have utilized all three methods, and rejected drug relaxation quite early as it resulted in both too much loss of conscious control and distorted perception. In the first technique, hypnotic induction tapes were specially prepared for the experiments. They were quite useful and effective. The borderland sleep state techniques have been employed most often. In spite of the complicated sounding procedure, it is the most natural method for me. 2. State of vibration. The generation of this effect is the most critical of all. The subjective sensory impression it creates is described elsewhere. Once it is achieved, you will certainly not have to be told you've been successful, and you will have passed another major hurdle. All that can be given are clues. At the present level of knowledge, it is not known why these things work. It is much like turning a switch to obtain light without having any idea of what the switch does, where the electricity comes from, or why and how it acts upon a bulb enclosing tungsten filaments. At the least, all of the material contained herein has been established as empirically as possible. Aside from the principal human laboratory, this writer, several other individuals have tried the pattern. Suffice it to say that they have obtained positive results. Aids to the vibrational state. Lie down, in whatever position is most conducive to your state of relaxation, but with your body along a north-south axis, with your head to magnetic north. Loosen any clothes you may be wearing. Keep covered so that you feel just slightly warmer than is generally comfortable for you. Remove any jewelry or metal objects close to or touching your skin. Be sure that your arms, legs, and neck will relax in a position that will not impede circulation. Darken the room enough to ensure that no light can be seen through your eyelids. Do not use a completely blacked-out room, as you will then have no visual point of reference. Absolute requisites. Ensure without question that you will not be disturbed in any way, either by direct physical intervention, a phone ringing, or other interrupting noises. Do not set a time limit or a deadline. The time you spend in the experiment is not more valuably spent elsewhere, and you should have nothing impending that might cut short this activity. Achieve the state of relaxation. Do this by whatever method you have found workable in your own individual case. Work to condition D or its equivalent, and hold at the deepest level of relaxation possible without weakening your consciousness. When you have taken as much time as you need to be sure you have obtained this, mentally repeat, I will consciously perceive and remember all that I encountered during this relaxation period. I will recall in detail when I am completely awake only those matters that will be beneficial to my physical and mental being. Say this mentally 5 times. Then begin breathing through your half-opened mouth. Establish the vibration waves. As you continue breathing through your half-opened mouth, concentrate on the blackness in front of your closed eyes. Look first into the blackness at a spot a foot away from your forehead. Now move your point of concentration to 3 feet away, and then 6 feet. Hold for a while until the point is firmly established. From there, turn the point 90 degrees upward, on a line parallel to the body axis and reaching out above the head. Reach for the vibrations at that spot. When you find them, mentally pull them back into your head. This simple description must pose many questions. Reach out with what? Pull what back into your head? Let us try another method of explanation. Begin a mental concentration, as if 2 lines were extending from the outer sides of your closed eyes. Think of them as converging at a point a foot away from your forehead. Visualize a resistance or pressure when these 2 lines meet, as if 2 charged electric wires were joined, or poles of a magnet forced together. Now extend this juncture outward to about 3 feet, or the length of your arm outstretched. Due to the angular difference, the pressure pattern is altered. A compression of the space forces between the converging lines must result, and the pressure must therefore increase to maintain the convergence. After the 3-foot length has been established and held, extend the intersection point out to 6 feet away from your head, or 30 degrees. So that you can properly visualize the exact angle that represents 30 degrees, it may help to mark off a 30 degrees angle by protractor on paper and memorize how it looks. Once you have learned to establish and maintain the 30 degrees angle outward, or roughly 6 feet away, bend the point of intersection 90 degrees, or in an L, upward in the direction of your head but parallel to the axis of your body. U. Reach, with this point of intersection. Stretch or reach with this point more and more, until you obtain a reaction. Again, you will know when you obtain it. It is as if a surging, hissing, rhythmically pulsating wave of fiery sparks comes roaring into your head. From there it seems to sweep throughout your body, making it rigid and immobile. Once you have learned the process, or the concept, it will not be necessary to go through the entire routine. You need only to think of the vibrations while in a relaxed state, and they come into being. A conditioned reflex has been established, or a neuron path that can be followed again and again. Again, it is not a technique that can be achieved the first time it is tried. The probability of success increases with each successive effort. The more often you attempt it, the more likely you are to have positive results. However, once you have succeeded, it is not always repeatable at will. There are still many variables that interfere which have yet to be isolated and identified. But it does work, often enough to be subject to continued study. 3. Control of vibrations. When you have obtained the vibrational state, there are definite guidelines to follow. The utilization of this condition under conscious control is the goal you are seeking. To accomplish this, there are careful procedures to observe. They should, of course, be followed in sequence, in the order presented. There is no evidence to indicate that this vibrational state has a deleterious effect on either the mind or the physical body. Here, then, are some procedures that can be applied systematically. They are a distillate of literally hundreds of trial and error experiments. Acclimatization and accommodation. This is a way of saying that you should let yourself get accustomed to the feel of this unusual condition. All fear and panic must be eliminated when you feel waves like an electric shock without pain permeating your body. The best method seems to be to do nothing when they occur. Lie quietly and objectively analyze them until they fade away of their own accord. This usually takes place in about 5 minutes. After several such experiences, you will realize you are not being electrocuted. Try to avoid panicky struggling to break the paralytic condition. You can break it by sitting up with great force of will, but you will be disappointed with yourself for doing so. After all, this was what you were trying to achieve. Manipulation and modulation. Once you have eliminated the fear reactions, you are ready for control steps. First, mentally direct the vibrations into a ring, or force them all into your head. Then mentally push them down along your body to your toes, then back up to your head. Start them sweeping in a wave over your body rhythmically, from head to toes and then back again. After you have given the wave momentum, let it proceed of its own accord until it fades away. It should take about 10 seconds, 5 down, 5 back, for the wave to make the complete circuit, from head to toes and back. Practice this until the vibration wave begins instantly upon mental command, and moves steadily until fade out. By this time, you will have noticed the roughness of the vibrations at times, as if your body is being severely shaken right down to the molecular or atomic level. This may be somewhat uncomfortable, and you will feel a desire to smooth them out. This is accomplished by pulsing them mentally to increase their frequency. Their original vibratory rate seems to be on the order of some 27 cycles per second. This is the rate of the vibration itself, not the head-to-toe frequency. The pattern responds to this pulsing command very subtly and slowly at first. Your first indication of success is when the vibrations no longer seem rough and shaking. You are well on your way to control when they produce a steady, solid effect. It is essential that you learn and apply this speed-up process. The faster vibration effect is the form that permits disassociation from the physical. Once you have set the momentum of the speed up, the acceleration seems to take place automatically. Eventually, you may sense the vibrations only as they begin. They will increase their frequency, like a motor starting up, until the frequency is so high that you are unable to perceive it. At this phase, the sensory effect is one of body warmth, slightly tingling, but not excessively so. Consistent achievement of this stage is the sign that you are ready for the first physical disassociation experiments. Another word of warning is in order here. Beyond this point, I believe you cannot turn back. Ultimately, you will be committed to the reality of this other existence. How this will affect your personality, your daily life, your future, and your philosophies rests entirely with you as an individual. For once you have been opened to this other reality, you cannot completely shut it out again, try as you might. The pressure of material affairs may sublimate it for a time, but it will return. You cannot always stay on guard against its reopening. As you start to sleep or awaken, when you merely relax, the vibrational surge may come without call. You can shut it off, of course, but eventually you become too tired to bother, and you are off on another excursion. You sense that you are fighting against yourself. And who wants to fight oneself, at the price of a good night's sleep? 17. The separation process. After you have achieved the state of vibration and some control of your stage of relaxation, one additional factor must be considered. It is probable that you have already obtained it, since it is ordinarily a product of the previous exercises. However, it should be emphasized. This factor is thought control. In the state of vibration, you are apparently subject to every thought, both willful and involuntary, that crosses your mind. Thus you must be as close to no thought, or single thought, concentration as possible. If one stray idea passes through your mind, you respond instantly, and sometimes in an undesirable manner. I suspect that one is never completely free of such misdirection. At least I have not been, which may account for the many inexplicable trips to places and people I do not know. They seem to be triggered by thoughts or ideas I didn't realize I had, below the conscious level. The only approach is to do the best you can. With this in mind, the first practices of disassociating the second from the physical body should be limited in time and action. What follows is designed basically as a familiarization and orientation technique which should permit an approach to disassociation without fear or concern. Release of extremities. This serves to acquaint you with the sensation of the second body without full commitment. After relaxation and creation of the vibration state, work with either your right or left hand and arm, one at a time. This is important, as it will be your first affirmation of the reality of the second. With one hand, reach for any object, floor, wall, door, or whatever, that you remember as being beyond the reach of your physical arm. Reach for that object. Make the reaching process neither upward nor downward, but out in the direction your arm is pointing. Reach as if you were stretching your arm, not raising or lowering it. A variation is simply to reach out with the hand and arm in the same manner with no special object in mind. Often this method is better, as you then have no preconceived idea of what you will feel. When you reach out in this fashion and feel nothing, push your hand a little farther. Keep pushing gently, as if stretching your arm, until your hand encounters some material object. If the vibration pattern is in effect, it will work, and your hand will eventually feel or touch something. When it does, examine with your sense of touch the physical details of the object. Feel for any cracks, grooves, or unusual details which you will later be able to identify. At this point, nothing will seem unusual. Your sensory mechanisms will tell you that you are touching the object with your physical hand. Here, then, is your first test. After acquainting yourself with the object with your outstretched hand, straighten out your hand and push against the object with your fingertips. You will encounter resistance at first. Push a little harder, and gently overcome the resistance you feel. At this point, your hand will seem to go right through the object. Keep pushing until your hand is completely through the object and meets some other physical object. Identify the second object by touch. Then carefully withdraw your hand, back through the first object, and slowly back to normal, so that it feels as if it is where it belongs. With this, decrease the vibrations. The best way to do this is slowly to attempt to move the physical body. Think of the physical body, and open your physical eyes. Bring back your physical senses, deliberately. Once the vibrations have faded away completely, lie still for a few minutes for full and complete return. Then get up and make a notation of the object which you felt, locating it relative to the position of your hand and arm when you were lying down. Note the details of both the first and second objects which you felt. Having done this, compare your description with the actual first object. Make special note of small details which you could not have seen from a distance. Physically feel the object to compare it with what you felt under the vibrations. Examine the second object in the same manner. You may not have been consciously aware of its presence or position prior to the experiment. This too is important. Test the line of direction from the place where your physical hand lay, through the first object and up to the second. Is it a straight line? Check your results. Was the first object you touched physically located at a distance it would have been absolutely impossible to reach without physical movement? Did the details of the object, especially the minute details, coincide with the notes you have made? Make the same comparison for the second object. If your answers are affirmative, you have had your first success. If the facts do not check out, try again another day. Almost without qualification, if you have produced the vibrational state, you can perform this exercise. You can also practice the following quite easily. After producing the vibrational state, lying on your back, arms either at your sides or on your chest, gently lift your arms without looking at them and touch your fingers together. Do this quite casually, abstractedly, and remember the sensory results. Once you have clasped your hands above your chest, look at them first with your closed eyes. If you have moved easily enough, you will see both physical and non-physical arms. Your physical arms will be at rest at your sides or upon your chest. The sensory impressions will be with the non-physical arms and hands above your physical body. You should test this phenomenon as many times as you wish, however you desire. Prove to yourself that you are moving not your physical arms, but something else. Do it by whatever means are necessary to give you full assurance of this reality. It is important always to return your non-physical arms to full conjunction with their physical counterparts before shutting off the vibration state. Although there may be no severe aftereffect if this is not done, I think it best not to find out in the early stages. Disassociation technique. The simplest method to use in separating from the physical is the lift-out procedure. The intent here is not to travel to far-off places, but to get acquainted with the sensation in your own room, with familiar surroundings. The reason for this is that the first true experience will then be examined and explored with identifiable points of reference. In order to assist in this orientation, it is better that these first complete disassociation exercises be conducted during daylight. Test for yourself your needs in regard to the amount of light in the room. Avoid using an electric light if possible. To establish the condition, achieve the vibrational state, and maintain complete control of your thought processes. You are going to stay only in the confines of your familiar room. Think of getting lighter, of floating upward, of how nice it would be to float upward. Be sure to think how nice it would be, as the subjective associated thought is most important. You want to do this because it is something you will respond to emotionally. You react even before the act, in anticipation. If you continue to hold only these thoughts, you will disassociate and float gently upward from your physical. You may not achieve it the first time, or the second. But quite surely, if you have accomplished the preceding exercises, you will achieve it. A second method is the rotation technique, which has been mentioned elsewhere. Under the same prescribed conditions, slowly try to turn over, just as if you were turning over in bed to be more comfortable. Make no attempt to help yourself rotate with either arms or legs. Start turning by twisting the top of your body, your head and shoulders, first. By all means move slowly, exerting gentle but firm pressure. If you do not, you may become loose and actually spin like a log rolling in water before you can alter the pressure. Such action is disconcerting only because you may lose all orientation and be forced to find your way back carefully in rotation juncture. The ease with which you begin to turn, with no friction or sense of weight, will inform you that you have begun to succeed in disassociating. As this happens, turn slowly until you feel that you have moved 180 degrees, i.e., face to face with your physical body. It is uncanny how you will recognize this position. This 180 degrees about face is merely two 90 degrees turns, and without orientation, it is easy to sense. Once you are in the 180 degrees position, stop the rotation merely by thinking of doing so. Without hesitation, think of floating upward, backing up away from the physical body. Again, if you have reached the vibrational state successfully, this method will surely bring results. Of the two separation techniques, the first should be tried before the second. Then, after both have been examined and tested, the one that seems easiest to you should be utilized. Local experiments and familiarization. Once you have succeeded in the separation process, it is most important for your own objective continuity that you remain in complete control. The only possible way to do this seems to be by staying close to the physical in the early stages. Whatever you may feel emotionally, keep in close proximity to the physical. This admonition is made not because of any known danger, but so that you will maintain a step-by-step familiarity and thus perceive for yourself exactly what is taking place. Wild, uncontrolled trips at this stage may well produce uncomfortable situations and conditions that will force you to relearn much of what you have already achieved. The process of mental acclimation will be different from any you have ever consciously experienced. The gradual adaptation will greatly enhance your peace of mind and confidence. At this point, the principal exercise is to return. Keep your separation distance no more than 3 feet away, hovering over the physical. Do not make any attempt at this time to move laterally or farther up. How do you know how far away you are? Again, this is something you sense. Your vision now is zero. You have conditioned yourself not to open your eyes, and let them remain closed for the moment. Stay close to the physical. The mental concept of this will keep you in proper range. For the next 3 or 4 exercises, do nothing but practice getting out and returning to the physical. To return under these conditions, merely think yourself back into the physical and you will return. If you have used the first method of separation, the reintegration is relatively simple. When you are back in exact alignment, you will be able to move any portion of the physical body and reactivate any or all of your physical senses. Each time you return, open your physical eyes and physically sit up so that you know you are completely back together. This is to ensure orientation, to instill confidence that you can return at will, and most important, to assure yourself of continued contact with the material world in which you now belong. Whatever you believe, this reassurance is most necessary. If you have applied the rotation method, move slowly back toward the physical, again by thinking of it, and when you feel you have made complete contact, start your rotation back 180 degrees to conjunction with the physical. It seems to make no difference whether you continue the circle of rotation or reverse and turn back in a motion opposite to that which helped you release. In both techniques, there seems to be a slight, click-like jerk when you are again in conjunction with the physical. An exact description of this sensation is quite difficult, but you will recognize it. Always wait a few moments before sitting up after you have returned, primarily to avoid any possible uneasiness. Give yourself some time to readjust to the physical environment. The physical act of sitting up provides evidence of continuity in a demonstrable form. You will know that you can consciously, willfully act in a physical movement interspersed with experiments in the non-physical environment and retain conscious awareness throughout the process. You will have completed the cycle when you are able to separate, return to the physical, sit up and note the time, go back to the separation process, and return to the physical a second time, all without loss of conscious continuity. The notation of the clock reading will help in this. The next step in familiarization is to separate to a slightly farther distance, applying the same procedures. Any distance up to 10 feet will do. Always keep mental concentration on a single purpose without stray thought patterns, especially in these extended exercises. After you have become accustomed to the feeling of being more apart, mentally tell yourself that you can see. Do not think of the act of opening your eyes, as this may well transmit you to the physical and diminish the vibrational state. Instead, think of seeing, that you can see, and you will see. There will be no sensation of eye opening. The blackness will just disappear suddenly. At first, your seeing may be dim, as if in half light, indistinct or myopic. It is not known at present why this is so, but with use, your vision will become more sharp. The first sight of your physical body lying below you should not be unnerving if you have applied the previous exercises. After you are satisfied that it is you lying there, visually examine the room from the perspective of your position. Mentally move slightly in one direction or another, slowly and never violently. Move your arms and legs to reassure yourself of your mobility. Roll around and cavort in the new element if you wish, always staying within the prescribed range of the physical. At this stage, you may be filled with strong desires which can be almost overwhelming. This is the greatest problem you may face at the moment. These desires, appearing unannounced and unexpectedly, are subjective and emotional, and can easily submerge the deductive reasoning position you have built up so carefully. The most important clue is to understand that they must not be labeled evil or wrong. They simply exist, and you must learn to cope with them. The rule is do not deny the existence of these desires. Recognize them as a deep, integral part of you that cannot be thought away. Until you do this, you will be unable to control them. These desires include freedom to revel in the release from physical limitations and gravitational effects, sexual contact, first with a loved one, then at a strictly sensory level, religious ecstasy, varying based upon the intensity of early life conditioning, and others that may originate in unusual environmental experiences of the individual. The belief held here is that everyone will have these subjective desires despite the most stringent discipline and self-analysis. What we speak of are those elements far below surface consciousness that comprise your own fundamental character and personality. As has been explained earlier, these elements emerge because you are no longer just a conscious, intellectual self. You are, perhaps for the first time, an entirety. Every part of you will be heard from and must be considered in any action you take. The trick is to keep the conscious, reasoning you, the one most cognizant of the physical world, in a dominant position. It isn't easy. Therefore, you will run into problems if you attempt a denial of self. Instead, you must accept these sometimes surprising drives for what they are, a part of you, and go on about your business. You cannot eliminate them, but you can set them aside for the moment. Offer the promise of future fulfillment, and you will have no resistance. These needs can understand diversion, as they have been subjected to it for as long as you have lived. When you have reasonably dealt with these other parts of you, and have demonstrated this to your satisfaction 5 to 7 times in a near-separation condition, in the same room at close vicinity, you are ready for more distant and specific voyages. All of the foregoing presumes that you have overcome most of the fears you have encountered up to this stage. If you have not, repeat the exercises which produce fear until familiarity washes it away. Infallible return signal. As noted, the fear of being unable to re-enter the physical is a basic deterrent to leaving the body. In my early experimentation, I encountered this problem many times. Happily, a solution was found whenever this difficulty presented itself. After careful analysis of hundreds of tests, an infallible technique was evolved. The only guarantee that can be given is that it has continued to work for me. First, if you have difficulty, don't panic. Above all, keep your rational thought processes dominant. Terror only aggravates the situation. Internalize this simple formula, and call upon it to return to the physical from wherever you are. Think of your physical body. Mentally begin to move some part of your physical body. Move a finger or a toe. Physically take a deep, deliberate breath of air. Reactivate your 5 physical senses, or any one of them. Move your jaw. Swallow, or move your tongue. Any act that must involve physical motion or use of physical energy will work. If one doesn't immediately take effect, try another. Without question, some such thought action will bring you back into the physical. It is merely a question of which one works best with you. When this technique is applied, return is virtually immediate. It is an automatic direction finder and rocket blast combined. Reintegration seems to be instantaneous when this is used. However, this immediate return method eliminates your power of choice or decision. Once it is put into effect, you cannot stop it. You will return to the physical without any opportunity to know what is happening and how it is taking place. Thus it should be thought of as an emergency reserve measure rather than a consistent step in your methodology. Under ordinary conditions, you should think of or feel the direction and location of your physical body. Then, with no urgency and in a calm, willful manner, start to return. The mechanics of movement. Now that you have set up the proper controls, including the emergency return signal, you are ready for the most momentous step of all, to go to a distant point and return. It is definitely not advisable deliberately to attempt this exercise before you have completed all previous tests and are at ease with them. It is quite possible that you may have inadvertently gone to a distant point during the early stages. If this is the case, you can recognize the importance of following a procedure. First, set your aiming point. Remember the rule: you must go to a person, not to a place. It may be possible to achieve the latter if you have a deep emotional attachment to the locale, but the experiments to date have shown little success along this line. This, of course, may be due to the personality of the writer. Select the person living whom you desire to visit. Choose someone you know quite well. Do not inform this person that you are making the test. This is most important so as to rule out any suggestion on his or her part. Make this selection before you enter the vibrational state and before you start your relaxation process. Establish relaxation and the vibrational state. Use your chosen method to separate. Move away to near distance, 6 or 7 feet from the physical. With your vision still in blackness, cautiously think of the person whom you plan to visit. Think not only of the name, but of the personality and character of the person. Do not try to visualize a physical being, for it is the reflection of the inner person that will attract you, rather than the physical attributes. As you think in this pattern, turn yourself around slowly in a 360 degrees rotation. Somewhere in the circuit, you will feel the right direction. It is an intuitive thing, a sureness that attracts you like a gentle magnet. Even so, you can check for verification. Go past this point in your turn, and come back to it. Again, you will sense it very strongly. Stop, facing this direction. Think that you have vision, and begin to see. To give yourself motion toward your destination, employ a total second body version of the stretch, which you practiced in your first exercise with hand and arm. The easiest method is to place your non-physical arms over your head, thumbs latched together like a diver about to plunge into water. With your arms in this position, think of the person you wish to visit and stretch your body in that direction. You may move fast or slowly, depending upon the effort of this stretching action. The harder you stretch, the faster you go. At your destination, you will automatically stop stretching without realizing it. To return, apply a similar method. Think of your physical body, reach out and stretch, and you will return promptly. Usually no more is required than this. There is some speculation regarding the necessity of keeping your arms in the diver's position. Originally, it was assumed that this stance would break a path or ward off any encountered objects with the hands rather than the head. It does help create the stretching action better than keeping the arms at the sides. There you have it. The foregoing may seem ritualistic, but it is not intended to. It may appear no better than the magic formula of the Middle Ages. To date, there are no explanations of why the technique works. Perhaps in the years to come, interested and curious physicists, chemists, neurologists, and other scientists will develop workable theories to fit the action. If enough people undertake to examine it empirically, perhaps a new science will result. In the meantime, the boundaries can disappear for you, too, if you have courage and patience. The only way you can accept and know this extended reality is to experience it yourself. Good luck. 18. Analysis of events. How did all of this happen? Was there some avenue or approach that made sense? The best answer seemed to lie in data analysis. This precluded use of the underground, the only area that considered or accepted my problem as something beyond hallucination, since much of the underground data dealt principally in vague generalities. I wanted specifics. I reasoned that there must be some way to organize the conflicting data I was accumulating. So I began to extrapolate sound possibilities and probabilities from what was known. The accepted method is to keep one foot in the light and on solid rock as you step cautiously onto dark, shifting grounds. The known data were sequence of events, symptoms, and results. The sum of my experience and experimentation fell easily into 4 chronological stages. Preliminary stage. This includes all events and activities prior to the symptom of solar plexus cramp described earlier. Early life patterns disclosed 2 instances of unexplained paradoxes that seemed relevant to this research. The first incident occurred when I was 8 years old. I reported to my parents a dream in which I sat in a room paneled in red-brown wood. In one corner was a cabinet from which came music and voices, which looked much like a Victrola. In the front of the cabinet was a window, and there were moving pictures in the window. The voices from the cabinet matched what the people in the window seemed to be saying. It was like the moving pictures shown at school, except that the people's words were heard rather than spelled out on the screen. Also, the moving picture in the cabinet was colored just as people and things really were. 30 years later I sat in a mahogany-paneled room and watched color television for the first time. As best as can be recalled, I had never seen any color motion pictures at the age when the dream took place. The second unusual event happened at the high school level at about age 15. On a given Friday night, I had been looking forward expectantly to a party the next night. I had estimated that my cash requirements for the coming event were $2. The problem was to find a source for the $2 before Saturday night. There had been no work available during the week to earn the money. For one reason or another, my parents had been exhausted as a resource. No prospect for work on Saturday was in sight. I went to bed Friday night worrying over this immediate problem. Upon awakening Saturday morning, I had an immediate vivid conviction that $2 were under an old plank lying outside on the ground beside the house. I knew of the existence of the plank, as it had been there for some time. However, I dismissed the idea as a wishful dream and went down to breakfast. After eating, still preoccupied with the dire financial problem, I thought again of the board and the $2 under it. Idly, in order to dismiss the idea, I went outside and around the house to where the plank lay on the ground. It looked undisturbed, half covered with dirt and leaves. It was impossible that someone could have inadvertently lost some money or placed it under the board. Still, as long as I was there, it wouldn't hurt to look just to get rid of the compulsion. I pulled at the plank and raised it upward. There were hundreds of ants and bugs on the damp dirt underneath, running frantically in all directions. Also on the wet earth, in the center of the area where the board had lain, were 2 folded, crisp, dry $1 bills. I did not stop to consider how the money happened to be under the board. I made no mention of the incident at the time, except to a friend. I was too concerned that someone might claim the money. The problem for the night was solved. The incident had been forgotten completely until recalled under the personal history search. There was nothing more. No great traumas, just a basic American upbringing in a scholastic family. In view of the fact that it was a mental problem, psychiatry seemed to be the answer. Still, no outward evidence of the strong repressions, compulsions, anxieties, and/or phobias which normally show up in mental illness could be found. Close examination of the events leading up to the first out-of-the-body symptom, the severe cramps, brings to light several factors which deserve consideration. In the year immediately preceding the first incident, there was only one relatively unusual physiological change. During that year I had 7 lower teeth capped in a rather lengthy dental process. This was examined in detail in relation to the later symptom of tuning, the second state condition by movements of the jaw. It is possible that the bits of assorted metal comprising part of the tooth capping fabrication acted electrically or in some other fashion on the brain. This still remains an unexplored possibility. Physicists, physiologists, and electronics specialists have no theory relating to this. Proper research could prove or disprove the hypothesis. There are hundreds of thousands of people walking around with bits of metal in their teeth, and other such incidents have been reported. A survey might prove interesting. There were no other physiological changes significant enough to be recalled consciously. The only above-ordinary nutritional factor was that of vitamin intake. Since my wife believed strongly in nutrition, daily dosages of vitamins A, B complex, C, and E, plus mineral tablets, had been a norm for several years. Again, a cumulative effect could have been the cause, but no reports or research studies indicated any factors resembling the second state. Other than this, a normal diet was the rule, with no major changes for 5 years at the least. At the psychological and physical activity levels, there is much to be noted. It is quite conceivable that the causes of the phenomenon lie here. The first consideration might be termed the anesthesia episode, which took place some 6 months prior to the first symptom. The beginning came when I noticed an unusual, heady, effect from the fumes of a gallon can of contact cement. I was installing a cubbyhole desktop in the wall of a bedroom at home when I became aware of the sensation. The can clearly stated on the lid that the cement should be used in well-ventilated areas. I correctly assumed that this was a fire hazard warning from the manufacturers. The sensation reminded me of the strange effect I had experienced in the past just as I was going under from anesthesia. Curious, I experimented with the effect of the fumes a number of times in the following month, with very significant results. Upon learning that the fuming agents were toluol, a common commercial hydrocarbon detergent, and acetone, once used as anesthetic, I made several experiments with the subjective effects of light anesthesia, utilizing a less volatile and relatively safe inhalant, trilene. In retrospect, the results of these experiments seem to parallel closely the reports of those who have undertaken the LSD experience. Intensely vital and not at all unpleasant, the effects may well have triggered an inner desire or need for experiences beyond those I had had to that date. Reluctantly, I stopped the experiments, as there seemed inherent dangers of physiological side effects if they were continued. Although I had set up rigid controls, there was no certainty that they would always work. However, I did find out some interesting facts about anesthesia to satisfy my curiosity. In Ireland, it seems, ether was sold by the spoonful by peddlers who ladled it out at streetside each morning. In the early days, medical students often had ether parties, much like the parties of the black market LSD users today. Doctors have reported that ether addiction has been quite common through the years. Captains of gasoline tankers have problems with a seagoing version of the wino. When signed on as crew, these men appear completely normal, until they are found unconscious alongside a cargo vent. I understand they are labeled sniffers. Further, I learned the relationship between alcohol and other anesthetics. Any anesthetic produces a trail from consciousness to an unconscious state beyond which is death. The job of the anesthetist is to put down, or place the patient in a deep unconscious state as quickly as possible, avoiding any violent, intermediate condition, which is the area I evidently explored. The technique then is to hold the unconscious patient just above death. The major advantage of ether when it was first introduced was that it had fewer possible side effects than alcohol and offered greater control of the degree of unconsciousness. The period of consciousness following administration was quite short, and the unconscious state was quite extended before the terminal point death was reached. The period of consciousness following the administration of alcohol, on the other hand, is quite long. When deep unconsciousness is reached, the distance to the terminal point is much shorter. The margin is so narrow that continued administration of alcohol to a patient after he has passed out can well cause death. Another fact I discovered is that archaeological and geological studies of the sites of several ancient Greek and Egyptian temples of worship, where many visions and miracles took place, have indicated the probable escape of underground gases, including nitrous oxide, at and around the particular spot sometime in the past. Nitrous oxide is one of the present-day anesthetics, odorless and tasteless. Some 3 months after this drug experience, which by then was almost forgotten, I developed an interest in the possibilities of data learning during sleep. I do not know what brought about this interest. Perhaps it was an outgrowth of an early academic environment coupled with my immediate observation of the teaching methods applied in the primary grades to my own children. To explore the potential of this interest, I made some studies of past and present concepts of the waking unconscious mind. There was supporting evidence that the unconscious recorded all sensory input data while awake and asleep. The problem was to introduce intelligent and organized data during sleep and to provide conscious recall when desired. The limited formal research material available showed contradictory conclusions. Simple reading of data to a sleeping subject produced only fragmentary and erratic results. No comparative studies between induction during deep delta sleep and the dreaming state now termed REM sleep had been made. Nor had any attempt been made to create deliberately a receptive sleep state with a Pavlovian type of conditioned reflex induced to bring recall at will. To carry out this research in a convenient pattern, I made autohypnotic sound recordings to test various approaches to a workable technique. This seemed to be the first logical step, as results had been obtained along similar lines utilizing hypnotic sleep instead of the natural sleep state. The reason for the use of tape recordings was to depersonalize the technique and to ensure identical tests among different subjects. The tapes were designed for use in a booth isolated from light and sound. The tapes used were deliberately simple in content. There was a period for induction to create hypnotic sleep. Following this, a series of direction suggestion units were incorporated into a continuing pattern. These varied according to the test and the results desired. Data learning, for example, was confined to multiplication tables from 12 to 24 and to Spanish and French vocabulary and idiomatic phrases. These were always accompanied by suggestion of full and complete memory and by posthypnotic suggestion that recall could be obtained in the conscious state by a mental physical cue, such as thinking of the number 555 and tapping fingers on a table 5 times simultaneously. Each induction tape recording also included a suggestion that the subject would improve both physically and mentally. This affirmation was somewhat more than a generality. No details were suggested as to how this improvement would take place. Yet each functional area of the body, the nervous, circulatory, glandular, and digestive systems, were to be completely normal, according to the instructions given the subject. Both the health and recall suggestions, then, were reinforced with each induction or use of the tape. In light of later incidents, this may have been important. Each experimental tape was carefully annotated, with every spoken word identically following a prepared script and routine. The tapes closed with a pattern to bring the subject back to complete and normal wakefulness. Suggestion here was extremely simple and effective, with no elaborate words that might be misinterpreted by the subject. The tapes were played to about 11 subjects, ranging in age from 7 to 50. The results implied a definite potential value, with some improvement in techniques. It must be stated here that I applied the tapes experimentally first and most frequently to myself. This quite naturally brought them into the greatest area of suspicion in relation to the out-of-the-body experimentation. All the tapes have been examined word by word, sound by sound, and at low background level for clues to a possible later effect. No clues seem evident, yet the suspicion remains. Such experimentation terminated with the appearance of the first symptom. Beginning stage. September 1958 – July 1959. In the expectation of some correlation between effects, events, characteristics, theories, and conclusions, a sorting process was instigated. It soon became evident that 3 stages had taken place within this period. There may be additional stages beyond the 3, but these remain unknown. Both the beginning and the cutoff point of the beginning stage are fairly clear. Effects. The first unexplained effect was the cramp or constriction, as reported earlier. Several weeks later, this was followed by the sensation of a ray from the north, with resultant catalepsy. Cautious experimentation brought the discernment of the vibration sensation. This sensory impression was later discovered to be reported consistently in the experiences of spiritualists, occultists, and others in the late 19th century. It still is referred to casually in much underground talk. The vibrational sensory effect was the single consistent symptom throughout the beginning stage. However, it appeared to be evolutionary. The early vibrations seemed to be rough, sometimes accompanied by a visual image of a localized ring of electrical sparks. The frequency was on the order of 10 cycles per second, according to visual clock timing. At the conclusion of the beginning stage, the frequency had increased to approximately 18 c.p.s., with much less discomfort to the physical body. This effect was induced willfully some 59% of the time in the latter portions of the period. The second effect was the awareness of a high-pitched hiss, heard softly yet constantly in the oral centers. Once established, it continued uninterrupted throughout the period. An ear specialist diagnosed this as hearing of the blood through the veins. Otherwise, hearing was normal. Separation from the physical body took place approximately 3 months into the period, inadvertently in the first instance. Most subsequent incidents were induced deliberately. All took place only when the vibration effect was present. It became easier to create this effect as the period progressed. No other pronounced or repetitive effects were observed. Any physiological results seemed to be restful rather than enervating or debilitating. At this stage, infrequent subsequent physical effects of excitement and stimulation were evident, but not to an extreme degree. These included accelerated pulse rate, perspiration, and sexual response. Emotional patterns. For fully half of the period, fears of mental and/or physical disability were dominant. These fears were greatly assuaged by consultation with an examination by medical and psychiatric authorities. The main subsequent factor was curiosity, tempered by strong undercurrents of anxieties related to undirected and uncharted exploration of the unknown, possible community and/or familial censure, and the fear of being unable to return to the physical body. Sequence of experimentation. From the first out-of-the-body experience, the experiments ranged from gradual familiarity of local separation 10 feet or less to objective examination through partial separation and finally visits into areas of locale like present space-time. Methodology. Means of inducing the vibrational state were explored, centering chiefly on tape recordings described earlier and methods of producing complete relaxation with full consciousness, the prerequisite for the vibrational state. It was determined that achievement of the vibrational state was relatively simple once the consciousness relaxed condition was established. The evidence of oral breathing as a condition was confirmed. Tuning of the vibrational state by minute movements of the physical jaw proved to be an effective method. It became apparent that separation occurred only during the vibrational state. The technique of separation evolved into a simple uncluttered thought of up or away. Successive tests indicated that any non-physical movement in the second body was instigated by desire or thought alone. Problems of controlled movement to predetermined location and unhampered immediate return to the physical body remained unsolved. Conclusions. The following conclusions were reached during this period. 1. There does exist a second body interspersed or in conjunction with the physical body. 2. The second body can move and act independently of the physical body. 3. These movements and actions can be made partially under the control of the conscious mind. 4. Some sensory inputs in the second body register as they do in the physical, others are beyond translation. 5. Some movements in the second body occur in identical space-time to that of the physical counterpart. Middle stage. August 1959 – September 1962. Effects. This period is identified as beginning with a mild coronary. There was no evidence of a relationship between experimentation and the illness, though absence of evidence does not necessarily eliminate this possibility. The vibrational state evolved until it was manifested only as a sense of warmth in latter portions of period. This change resulted from a gradual speeding up of frequency until single pulsations were not perceptible. The auditory, air hiss, phenomenon continued unchanged throughout the period. Separation from the physical became less procedural and more natural, with only occasional re-entry problems. The vibrational state was deliberately induced during daylight hours, and occurred spontaneously late at night. Apparent physiological effects remained the same, no resulting enervation or debilitation, some stimulation. These were observed most carefully in view of the coronary occlusion. Emotional patterns. Early in the period, there was some anxiety about possible physiological effects. The inability to control the experience totally at will contributed to these fears, which lessened considerably by the middle of the period, due principally to the lack of supporting evidence and growing confidence. Still present were concerns relating to return to physical controls, and the possibility of serious errors through ignorance in unknown areas. Sequence of experimentation. Extended visits to Locale I became less frequent, to be replaced by initially inadvertent trips into Locale II. In the latter portion of period, entry into Locale III was discovered and subsequently explored. The intertime state was discovered late in period. Methodology. Countdown. Techniques of relaxation were applied in daylight tests. Late at night, borderland sleep states were converted to the now recognizable vibration-warmth condition. Oral breathing became an automatic function, with some further experiments with jaw tuning. Separation from the physical body via the 180 degrees out-of-phase backaway method proved to be the most effective and reliable. Consistent technique of positive return to the physical K-recall was tested and put into practice. Conclusions. 1. Existence of the second body was reaffirmed. 2. Locale II, with specific characteristics different from those of Locale I, was discovered. 3. The existence of Locale III was hypothesized, with related characteristics to Locale I, but in different stages of scientific development. 4. Human personality survives the transition of death and continues in Locale II. 5. Communication between human beings can take place above the oral level, in the waking or sleeping state and/or the second state. 6. Some, or most, human living physical entities separate from the physical body during sleep. The reason for this is not known. Later stage. October 1960 – October 1970. Experimentation was limited during this period, due principally to lack of opportunity. Preoccupation with material affairs took precedence, with evaluation of previous work as a secondary effort. Effects. The sense of vibration disappeared completely during the period, evolving into warmth, then to an indefinable being. Separation from the physical was possible only in this being state, with minimal effort. The only physical effect noted was a slight feeling of disorientation, headiness, and minor discomfort for some 9 hours after a particular experiment. No special experiment had been performed, and the causes for this are unknown. In the middle of the period, I suffered a thrombus hemorrhoid believed attributable to an experience during an experiment some 4 days prior to the appearance of the symptom. There was no previous medical history of this physical problem. Sleep requirements lessened during the period. However, when sleep appeared necessary, it became imperative to comply with the need. Non-compliance brought physical and mental debilitation. As little as 5 minutes of sleep brought major regeneration. The only other significant effect recorded was the occurrence at 2 separate times of a complete awareness of nearby location. This was full consciousness at a level where full sensory awareness of physical surroundings was active, yet the self was 1 notch away. On both occasions, it required a deliberate decision to integrate completely into the physical environment. The effect of remaining in the 1 notch away environment is unknown. The air hiss sound continued. Emotional patterns. The fears found in previous stages were completely dissipated in this period. The most important reason for this was complete confidence in the methods of bringing about an immediate return to the physical when desired. Furthermore, the evaluation of previous data brought acceptance of the condition in terms of an evolution rather than deterioration. At the same time, minor concerns for continued existence in the physical body began to manifest themselves. Disregard for physical dangers lessened considerably as a result. The reason for this is not known. Sequence of experimentation. No pre-planned sequence was instituted during the period, due to the exigencies of other matters. Thus experimentation was sporadic and took place only when it was opportune. Several strong evidential visits were made to both Locale I and Locale II. Most visits were to Locale 2, with unspecified results as related to the physical world Locale I. Experimentation on strictly scientific grounds began late in the period under controlled laboratory conditions. Methodology. Little attention was given to this area, as two principal problems remained unsolved. The first problem was the development of deep relaxation techniques, which were obtained with increasing difficulty. The second was the chronic problem of controlling the destination point. Various techniques were applied, all with indeterminate results. The heart of the difficulty lies in the conflicting desires between conscious mind and superconscious when both are operating at full capacity. In the second state, the superconscious is the stronger deciding element. Conclusions. 1. While in the second body, it is possible to create a physical effect on a physically living human entity while the latter is awake. 2. There are unfolding areas of knowledge and concepts completely beyond the comprehension of the conscious mind of this experimenter. 20. Inconclusive. After all these years, I still do not know how and why this departure from the norm took place. On the surface, there is no easily determined cause. Medical and mental sciences offer no certain answers, which has made me alternately resentful, sad, and thankful. Resentful in that my faith in the scope and breadth of modern scientific achievement has been badly shaken, sad because full-scale development of directly related knowledge is not likely to come in my physical lifetime, and thankful for the few scientists of our time who are brave enough to consider objectively concepts which may negate years of study as well as long-ingrained religious and ethical beliefs. Therefore, if no current scientific theory fits without an inordinate amount of pushing, pulling, twisting, and squeezing, it seems reasonable to propound a premise that does seem to work. After all, one can prove that man is nothing more than a few gallons of tainted water. Only extreme pressure is needed to fit the phenomenon to the theory. The following premise, unacceptable as it may be to our present state of enlightenment, deserves consideration. No other offers more explanations and leaves less unanswered. This is not to say that it is necessarily valid, only future events can determine its validity. Conversely, there is no known theory to prove it false. The basis of the premise is certainly not original here, but its application is. Question. What happens to the laboratory animal once the experiment is completed? In a universe populated with sentient beings of great variety, the planetary environment germinating life follows a typical pattern. The prime requirement is a diffusing and restraining shield that envelops the entire planet. When this shield has formed through the normal evolution of planet matter, the fundamental requirement for animate life is present. The shield is composed of gases and liquids of sufficient density to 1. Deflect, filter, and/or convert radiation from the parent and nearby stars to a point of tolerance needed for animate life, and 2. Maintain internally generated planetary heat at an average level within the limits required for the biochemical process. Once developed, the shield permits only filtered light and reduced radiation to reach the surface of the planet. Visibility is limited strictly to nearby objects on the surface, and vertically to less than 1/10 the diameter of the planetary body. No distant stars, moons, or other planets can be seen. At most, the indistinct glow of the parent sun may be seen occasionally, moving from horizon to horizon as the planet rotates. In this environment, animate physical life generates and evolves in a broadening cycle. Where no such shield has developed and remained for a significant period, no animate physical life is present. Where the shield has decayed or drained off into space, life has deteriorated and died unless intellectual knowledge is sufficient to develop and install an artificial environment. The accepted premise, then, is that all planetary bodies fall into two categories, shielded and unshielded. On the translucently shielded planets, animate physical life may evolve. The unshielded stay barren, devoid of anything but inorganic matter. Only in very rare instances are there any deviations from this rule. Evolving sentient life in these conditions becomes aware of and utilizes first those natural forces directly perceived. Such forces in the order of perception and application are 1. Psionic creative thought energy, 2. Biochemical, 3. Nuclear, and 4. Gravitational. Electromagnetism is employed sparingly, and remains more as a byproduct of other force applications, much like the smoke from a useful fire. The primary needs of these evolving life forms are met through development of the psi force. The first of these needs, communication, is an automatic birthright transmission and reception of information from individual to individual or from one group to another, knows no time spatiality. Through experience and education, proficiency is gained in other applications of psi, such as movement and conversion of matter, direction and control of lesser species, and communication and association with those in the realms of non-physical matter. As the intelligent life forms develop into societies and civilizations, the understanding and knowledge of the remaining available forces come quite naturally. Typically, they are the result of the individual's and the society's desire to be relieved of the tedium of constant and continuous use of the psi force. Thus mechanical means are created to produce body nourishment, to master and control the planetary environment, to transport matter, to multiply motion, and even to modulate and amplify the psi force. Through the non-matter perceptiveness of psi, the remaining forces are quickly adapted and harnessed to these needs. It is probable that at this stage, the society achieves its first rational contact with other societies beyond the confines of its native planet, and with the inhabitants of the non-physical worlds. With this final step to maturity, the social organization is merged into the infinitely larger whole of intergalactic society. It is no coincidence that incontrovertible knowledge of the relationship of the totality to the Creator is the major product of this union. Gone immediately are misdirected fantasies and conjecture. The standards under which intelligent life may evolve and expand are woven inextricably into the rules and laws of energy and applied with equal rigor. In the distant past, many of these social organizations had become aware of low-order psi force emanations from the outer rim of an obscure galaxy. At first, this phenomenon evoked only minor interest. Both qualitatively and quantitatively, it seemed to be no more than subintelligent animal transmission. However, an idle technician happened to process the raw, incoming psi noise through a random sorter, out of mild curiosity. To his surprise, infrequent flashes of applied psi appeared on the counter. Intrigued by the oddity, a psi probe was made of the area. As suspected, the birth of a new society was unfolding. Excited by the discovery of such an unusual event, the standard psi communication for new societies was transmitted. Strangely, no reply was received. Successive transmissions brought the same result. Here indeed was a rarity. An ecological team was dispatched to investigate physically this anomaly. The researchers discovered the source to be the third planet in a Class 10 star system. As they orbited the planet itself, measurements and observation indicated that it did not follow the norm for propagation of intelligent life. The gaseous planetary envelope did not possess the usual unbroken, high filtration characteristics. This evidently permitted unusually large amounts of radiation to reach the surface, even to the point where the Sun was clearly visible from the surface itself, as well as distant planets and stars when viewed from the shadowed side. Further, due to high rotational speed and other factors, a magnetic field of great intensity pervaded the entire planet. This, coupled with the unusual radiation element, appeared to exert profound influences upon the infant society. At close range, the psi noise became virtually unbearable. Without equipment for shielding or sorting, it became impossible for the group to surface on the planet itself. The psi impression was that of raw, unchanneled irrationality, uncontrolled and non-objective. Yet visual observation showed the beginnings of social clusters, matter artifacts, and conquest of environment. Luckily, one member of the visiting group had worked extensively in the art of personal psi shielding. It was he who offered to establish physical contact on the planet itself. This was done while the others waited patiently in a shelter on the planet's barren and brittle satellite. The visit itself proved the inadequacy of his training under extreme conditions. The investigator returned a short time later in a state of mental exhaustion. He had, however, been able to make contact at several points around the surface. It was true. A new society was in the making, but under unimaginable restraints. There was no knowledge, understanding, or use of the psi force whatsoever. When psi communication was attempted, the inhabitants either fled in panic or prostrated themselves and emanated strong psi reactions to the effect that they were in the presence of the Creator. Paradoxically, careful psi probes found occasional glimmerings of the universal laws in the minds of these individuals, which conclusively proved that the seed had truly been sown, that this was intended to develop into a social structure according to the plan, whatever the environment. With this knowledge, the research team returned to their own society to ponder the problem. In later periods, other, better equipped investigators visited and observed this struggling intelligent life from time to time. All visits were performed within the rules which applied to the infant society, so that no direct support was given that would instigate dominance of one culture over another. Infrequently, intelligent applications of psi were found at the individual level, and this was encouraged. Still, in spite of all precautions, it was ascertained that actual visits only reinforced the myths and legends that had sprung up as a result of previous contacts. It was the exception that objective response was obtained from an individual via psi probe. None of these responses extended to common practice. In recent periods, the situation has altered significantly. Routine psi monitoring plus referential advice from non-matter intelligences show that the society in question has surprisingly entered the nuclear stage while still in the biochemical. Applications of nuclear force inevitably lead to gravitics, which presumes historically the early prospect of interstellar travel. Without complete understanding of psi force fields, contact with other social organizations by the new non-psi society could be disastrous. If interstellar physical travel is achieved, such contacts are a certainty. With this prospect in view, research groups have increased their efforts at contact without a serious effect upon the dynamics of the new society. It is difficult in that the same obstacles are present. The continuing interpretation of divinity orientation persists. Some who are contacted by psi probes still lose their ability to reason, and are isolated as sufferers of some disease. Any lasting psi communication pattern is usually labeled as unreality or dream, a term used by the society to identify uncoordinated psi activity during recharging periods, similar to that found among infants in normal social cultures. Most frustrating are attempts to communicate with the intellectual leaders. Without exception, these have been unsuccessful. Research suggests this to be the result of total concentration in the study of matter, historical rejection of all psi force phenomena, an inability to comprehend any communication other than that perceived by the sensors of light, sound, vibration of the gaseous envelope, and variations in electromagnetic radiation mechanically generated and translated. The only minimal success has been with individuals without inhibitory, scientific, training. With little to unlearn and no prestige loss to be suffered, productive exchange of rational thought has been accomplished in several of these relatively uneducated inhabitants. Unfortunately, the interpretation given the data received by such untrained minds is often highly distorted. Further, the guiding authorities of the young society dismiss the testimony and claims of such people by reason of their ignorance. The work still continues. High-level psi force radiation equipment is being employed in the hope of a breakthrough to the society members during their waking, active state. Any individuals who possess some degree of intellect coupled with objective curiosity are being taught, sometimes painfully, the basics of psi force techniques. Others are being taken out of their environment temporarily, either as dense particle matter or as psi entities, to be tested and examined for clues to the solution of the problem. No direct action will be taken. This is in keeping with the rules of preservation as they apply to all lesser social organizations. It is a fact, many times proved, that such subclassifications are consistently lost when contact is made with more advanced societies. The details of this hypothesis may be wrong, the motivations different, but the basis may be not at all far from reality. We may in fact be no more than interesting laboratory animals to them, useful in various experiments but not much more. If such communication and/or experimentation was and is now being attempted, it could account for much that is left unanswered in our human history. Certainly, it would widely cut across past and present theological beliefs, as events ascribed to God and his assistants in whatever form would assume a more prosaic status. The life sciences, especially those relating to the mind, personality, and neurological functions, would have to undergo a major overhauling. Both mental and physical diseases would perhaps be understood with exact knowledge, replacing the vague assumptions now prevalent. Most adaptable would be the physical sciences. Here, experimentation and extrapolation would be a relatively simple matter, with new information and theories built upon fairly solid foundations. On a personal level, the hypothesis described above may offer a reasonable answer to much of my own experience. A point-by-point re-examination would be necessary to bring into focus the proper relationship in each circumstance. Like the philosopher, psychiatrist, and others who have spent many years of experimentation, training, and development along a particular concept vector, I am loath to change course still again. Yet the following experiences cannot be totally ignored. They occurred in the early period of experimentation, and are taken almost verbatim from the notes. The 9th of September 60 night. I was lying in a north-south position, when I suddenly felt bathed in and transfixed by a very powerful beam that seemed to come from the north, about 30 degrees above the horizon. I was completely powerless, with no will of my own, and I felt as if I were in the presence of a very strong force, in personal contact with it. It had intelligence of a form beyond my comprehension, and it came directly down the beam into my head, and seemed to be searching every memory in my mind. I was truly frightened because I was powerless to do anything about this intrusion. This intelligence force entered my head just above the forehead, and offered no calming thoughts or words. It didn't seem to be aware of any of my feelings or emotions. It was looking impersonally, hurriedly, and definitely for something specific in my mind. After a while, perhaps only moments, it left, and I, reintegrated, arose, shaken, and went outside for some fresh air. September 16, 60 night. The same impersonal probing, the same power, from the same angle. However, this time I received the firm impression that I was inextricably bound by loyalty to this intelligence force, always had been, and that I had a job to perform here on Earth. The job was not necessarily to my liking, but I was assigned to it. The impression was that I was manning a pumping station, that it was a dirty, ordinary job, but it was mine and I was stuck with it, and nothing, absolutely nothing could alter the situation. I got the impression of huge pipes, so ancient they were covered with undergrowth and rust. Something like oil was passing through them, but it was much higher in energy than oil, and vitally needed and valuable elsewhere, assumption, not on this material planet. This has been going on for eons of time, and there were other force groups here, taking out the same material on some highly competitive basis, and the material was convertible at some distant point or civilization for something very valuable to entities far above my ability to understand. Again, the intelligence force moved out and away quickly, and the visitation ended. I got up after a bit, feeling depressed, and went into the bathroom in our house, and actually felt I should wash my hands after working, although my hands were clean. September 30, 60 night. The same pattern as 9/16. Again, there was the feeling of being the pumping station attendant, the approach of the entity down the beam. The search of my mind, this time even to see what specifically controlled my breathing apparatus. I seemed to understand that the entity was looking for some substance that might permit breathing in Earth atmosphere, and a picture was shown, in my mind, of a pouch, possibly 2 by 3 inches, and 1 inch thick, hung on a belt at the waist, with the statement, "This is how we are breathing now." This gave me courage to try truly to communicate. I mentally, orally also, asked who they were, and received an answer that I could not translate or understand. Then I felt them beginning to leave, and I asked for some actual indication that they had been there, but was rewarded only with paternal amusement. Then they seemed to soar up into the sky, while I called after them, pleading. Then I was sure that their mentality and intelligence were far beyond my understanding. It is an impersonal, cold intelligence, with none of the emotions of love or compassion which we respect so much, yet this may be the omnipotence we call God. Visits such as these in mankind's past could well have been the basis for all of our religious beliefs, and our knowledge today could provide no better answers than we could 1,000 years past. By this time, it was getting light, and I sat down and cried, great deep sobs as I have never cried before, because then I knew without any qualification or future hope of change that the God of my childhood, of the churches, of religion throughout the world was not as we worshipped him to be, that for the rest of my life, I would suffer the loss of this illusion. Are we, then, just leftover laboratory animals? Or perhaps the experiment is still in process. 21. Premises, a rationale. For those who are knowledgeable in the humanities, the material contained herein may seem to be the continuation of a line of thought that has persisted for thousands of years. And so it is. Why, then, does it become important now? The first response is that this material has not come from readings and studies of the past. Rather, it has been and is taking place in the mid-20th century. Comparison came after the fact. If validity does exist here, it is possible that modern technology, through serious, organized investigation and research into the second body postulate, could provide mankind with a quantum jump as great or greater than the Copernican revolution. It could be the crack that becomes a door that becomes a gateway that opens into a new era in man's history. Premise: the scope of existing man. Partially because of our intensely materialistic society, we have become accustomed and conditioned to the concept that the human entity ultimately lies within the bounds of the physical body. Therefore, the periphery of the living human entity, the rim of that area which it affects and is affected by it, extends beyond the physical body and the conscious mind. The composition of this area is neither material nor motor, but of thought and emotion. The transmission and reception of affecting data is continuous, operating at both the conscious and non-conscious levels during every living moment, awake or asleep. Data received by the human entity in this manner can be beneficial or destructive, according to the interpretation put upon it by the non-conscious mind. Reactions to this constant data input may be found in the varying mental and physical states of the individual. For example, the periphery extends as far as a distant friend. The friend thinks of you, objectively or emotionally. Unaccountably, at the very same moment, he comes to your mind without a related memory association to suggest or trigger the response. This takes place so casually and so frequently that we are unaware of its significance. Compound this with the almost infinite complexities and variations in the present and past human relationships of an individual. Only then can one begin to perceive the volume and diversity of data received. The Christian ethic seems to be an attempt to explain this fact in a non-objective parable. The thoughts of you impressed upon you by neighbor, friend, and enemy significantly affect your mental self, and through this channel are reflected in the physical body. It becomes clear, too, that the individual with wide, continuing experience in human relationships will receive a greater affecting input directly in proportion to such experience. For the leaders of the world, who are exposed to input from millions, charged with emotions either benign or malignant, the burden is incalculable. Consider too that what you engender in others thus feeds back to you. Try to visualize an invisible nerve network extending from you to every person you have met. Signals thoughts constantly travel along this network to and from you. From those who think of you frequently, consciously or otherwise, there extends a strong, well-circuited channel of communication. At the other end of the frequency are those who may think of you perhaps once each year. Examine the totality of individuals that you have met and known, as well as many you may have affected unknowingly, and you may begin to appreciate the probable sources of the many non-objective signals influencing you at any given moment. The quality of the signals evidently varies greatly, based principally upon the degree of emotion present during transmission. The more intense the emotion, the greater the signal intensity. The question of good or bad does not alter the quality of transmission. The converse works in precisely the same fashion. You transmit to those of whom you think, and they are affected by what you think. Think here refers to those mental actions almost wholly at a non-conscious level, chiefly emotional and subjective in nature. When this kind of transmission and reception takes place consciously and willfully, it is labeled telepathy. Much is still unknown. Do reception and transmission increase tenfold during sleep? Does the effect cease when a human entity dies? Does it extend to animals? For every answer, 100 questions are left unanswered. Yet this is the first step in an expanded concept of the physical life experience. Premise: the reality of second state existence. Many if not all living human beings have a second body. For reasons yet unknown, many if not all human beings temporarily separate from their physical bodies via this second body during sleep. This is done without conscious memory, except in rare instances. Far more rare are those instances when separation is obtained with conscious intent. However, the latter case poses some startling statistics and probabilities. It is inconceivable that one experimental ability is unique. If one person can perform this dissociative action, there must be others now living who can do the same, probably more efficiently. But how many others are there? Can one person in 1,000 do it? In 10,000? In 100,000? In a million? Let us assume that only one person in a million can perform in the second body consistently and consciously. This means that as of this moment, there are more than 3,500 humans now living who can operate in the second body, probably better than I can. Such a group, if organized, could control the destiny of mankind. Which leads to the question, are any of them organized now, and do they now control our destiny? Before dismissing this as an absurdity, consider that I was able to affect another living human being physically, in the pinching episode. If one can do this, so can others. Nothing more than a pinch at the right time in the right place in the physical body of another human being could change the world. It takes little imagination to visualize a pinched cerebral artery in the brain as the cause of a stroke in a world leader. Or a life-saving pinch in a hemorrhaging brain artery of another. All that is needed is the ability and the intent. If there are restraints or deterrents to such possible action, they are not apparent. Further, a person operating in the second body can affect other human beings mentally. How much and in what manner is still uncertain. However, the experiments show that it can be done. Such effects may show in nothing more than sleep disturbances. They could result in unaccounted for compulsions, fears, neuroses, or irrational actions. From the data, it would seem that no more is needed than perfected techniques to systematically accomplish this at will. Perhaps this, too, has already been done. Willful use of the second body, then, potentially yields power so great that other means are helpless against it. People wielding this power might well be able to suppress or divert any serious expanded study into this area of knowledge. If history is any indication, something has already retarded growth in this direction. First, it was a wall of ignorance. Next came a veil of superstition. Today, a double barrier exists, the suspicion of organized religion and the derision of recognized science. On the other hand, use of such power may be under the control and direction of animate, intelligent, or impersonal regulators and may preclude non-constructive interference. There are some indications that this may be the case. We can only hope that it is. Let us assume, then, that sophisticated man will undertake serious research of the second body. One by one, others will learn the technique, and the reality will become generally accepted. What then? First, man will be freed of all uncertainty of his relationship with God. His position relative to nature and the universe will be unequivocal knowledge. He will know, rather than believe, whether death is a passing or a finality. With such knowledge and expanded experience, religious conflict will be impossible. Quite probably, Catholics, Protestants, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, et al., will still retain much of their individuality, knowing that each has its place in locale too. However, each will at last understand how this is possible, and that there are infinite variations in the spectrum. Each will rationalize by saying, "That's what we've been trying to tell you all along." Prayer techniques may be rediscovered. Knowledge, rather than belief, could alter the altar procedure vitally. Man would then proceed systematically with his preparation for life in locale 2 on a sound basis, liberated from the misinterpretation of distorted visions subjectively experienced and or observed by uninformed and relatively uneducated fanatics many centuries ago. In so doing, he may have to face facts both unpalatable and uncomfortable. Traditional concepts of good and bad, right and wrong will undoubtedly be subject to radical redefinition. The truth may indeed hurt for a generation or so. The practice of medicine would be seriously affected. Recognition of a possible relationship between physical health and the second body would greatly influence the purely mechanical method of diagnosis and treatment. The exact relationship of the second body to the physical is not now known, but there is much to suspect. The growing results of the practice of psychosomatic medicine provide an additional clue. It is challenging to think of scientific precision in these fields. Psychology and psychiatry would soon be unrecognizable under the impact of second-state data. This area of human knowledge would be even more greatly affected than religion. Definitions of neurosis, psychosis, unconscious, superego, id may have to be revised or discarded. Early indications are that actual causes of mental illness may be uncovered rather than conclusively diagnosed on the basis of insufficient theory. It may well be that many of those labeled schizophrenic suffer from some sort of disease of the second body. From the viewpoint of the second state, a physically conscious and awake human being who simultaneously receives impressions of locale 2 through some imperfection or cause yet unknown might well be unable to absorb this input of double reality. The voices, so many, psychotics, reportedly here may indeed be very real. Catatonia may be the simple effect of a disassociation of the second body on some unusual basis, as one would leave a house with all of the automatic equipment running and forget to return. The hallucinations of persecution by the paranoiac might be very real interferences from boundary layer subhuman species in locale 2, the result of some inadvertent breakdown in the barrier in a particular case. The workings of the mind itself, the automatic system operation, the actual brain function, the relationship of the superconscious, soul, or spirit, all may become common knowledge under the new concept. Advanced states of consciousness such as have been proclaimed by mystics, philosophers, and the trippers might become a daily achievement for those who so desire or can handle them. All of these possibilities are mild by comparison to the upheaval that would take place in the daily lives of every human being if the second body concept became accepted fact. First, the sleeping third of our 24-hour living schedule would no longer be unfathomable. Perhaps we would still term it sleep, but at least we would know what we are doing. On the limited evidence, sleep is first of all a recharging process. This may be performed by a disassociation of the second body quite automatically in varying degrees of distances. In one case it may separate only a fraction of an inch. In others, such distances may be limitless by our physical standards of measurement. How such separation can act as a regenerant is not yet known. Nor is it known why some take distant trips or visits while others remain close to the physical. There seem to be two explanations of what we now call dreams. First, the common dream may be some computer-type action of the unconscious in sorting out recently perceived data. Second, there are vividly recalled experiences now called dreams which may actually be impressions received by the second body while traveling in the released state. There may be many other varieties or subclassifications yet to be learned. Only research in this direction will determine this. In any event, our luxurious or frightening period called sleep will be understood for what it truly is. The result may be an adjustment of our sleep needs. Perhaps only 2 hours out of 24 will be needed with this new understanding. New studies may even show that 5 minutes of deliberate sleep every hour is a far more efficient method of recharging. The 8-hour night cycle could be nothing more than the habitual result of environment. Second-state studies should resolve such questions. Premise: the existence of a third force. This is the energy means by which the second body operates and is quite probably fundamental in the thought process. It is not known whether this force is generated by living entities or is an ever-present field force, modulated in some manner by such beings. It does, however, have some notable characteristics. It bears a distinct relationship to electricity and magnetism. It might be conceived of as a third of a triad, which is cyclic. Electricity is to magnetism as magnetism is to force X as force X is to electricity. Hence the label, third force, which I did not originate. The trinity of our theologies may have begun when this was common knowledge in ages past and subsequently distorted in the retelling. Given this interaction with electricity and magnetism, it seems probable that the existence of one part of the triad creates secondary or tertiary patterns among the other two. So it may be that when we think, we are utilizing this third force, which then is only slightly represented in purely electrical or magnetic form. It is presumed that this third force action can be detected and measured by instruments already developed. To date, this has not been attempted in a serious, consistent study. On the other hand, there is no evidence that strong applications of electricity or magnetism, or any combinations of electromagnetic radiation, generate significant amounts of the third force. They do, however, appear to act upon the latter in much the same manner as light is affected. Experiments with the only known transducer, the human mind, show consciousness constantly trying to symbolize this third force in terms of electricity and vibration. It sees and feels electric conductors, flashes, and often actual physical shock in attempting to translate this energy field into known experience. In one test, as noted, a disassociation and movement in the second body was attempted from within a charged Faraday cage, where the physical body was completely surrounded by a strong DC electrical field. It was found that movement through the charged walls of the cage while in the second body was impossible. With the charge removed, there was no problem. In the early stages of experimentation, attempts to move any distance in the second body were restricted by what seemed to be an interlacing barrier of power cables and lines overhead, much like those found in so many streets in older cities and towns. One of the factors in extension of distance from the physical body lay in recognizing the nature of this barrier and its relationship to electromagnetic radiation. The mind, perceiving such forces for the first time, interpreted them as wires. Once identified, passage through the barrier became relatively simple. The correlation is also indicated by the reported experience of the second body positioned over the street, later confirmed by physical inspection, and moving along the magnetic field of higher voltage primary power lines overhead. Whenever encountered during the second state, third force manifestation has been perceived and interpreted first as electricity. To date, there is no proven method of measurement or detection of this third force, and there will not be until the possibility of the existence of this third in the Trinity is seriously considered. Premise: the existence of locale 2. This reality is a concept of proportions inconceivable to the conscious human mind. Yet all experiments inescapably point to this conclusion. It is not difficult to recognize locale 2 as the subject of man's dreams and contemplations throughout history. Nor is it difficult to understand the varying patterns ascribed to it in the countless attempts to translate this great unknown in recognizable terms. From the present evidence, it can truly be both heaven and hell, just as our present environment can be. The most important factor seems to be that the greater part of locale 2 is really neither of the two. It is not known from the experiments to date whether everyone who dies automatically goes to locale 2. Also, there is no present evidential material to indicate that the presence of a human personality in locale 2 is permanent. It may be that, like an eddy or vortex, we gradually lose energy and eventually dissipate into the locale 2 medium once we leave locale I here now. It is conceivable that the result of this process would grant recognition of immortality in that we survive the grave, but not forever. Perhaps the stronger the formation of personality, the longer the life in this different state of being. Thus it could be that survival is both reality and illusion. The scope of locale 2 seems limitless. Under the conditions encountered thus far, there seem to be no means to measure or calculate the breadth and depth of this strange familiar place. Movement from section to section is too instantaneous to allow any estimates or to observe relative spatial positions of one area to another. As far as can be ascertained, there is no conjunctive relationship between places in locale 2 and this physical universe. They may or may not coincide, site to site. Certainly, this non-material realm does not have as its center the earth upon which we live. Rather, it would seem that one very small portion envelops our physical world and thus is our port of entry. At this stage, I believe it impossible for human consciousness to comprehend fully the reality of Locale 2. It would be like asking a computer to work on an analog for which it has not been programmed. Consciousness as we have developed it to date is not prepared for this kind of comprehension. That is not to say, however, that such consciousness cannot or will not be forthcoming. By training in now obscure or yet to be formulated techniques, consciousness might well be deepened or expanded to recognize and accept this reality. On the other hand, I am quite sure that the subconscious, unconscious, superconscious, superego, soul, or whatever our non-material non-consciousness is called, is generally quite aware of and familiar with Locale 2. How much this awareness affects our conscious thought has been contemplated by our most revered philosophers. Many suggest that it dominates our waking actions. The records of the experiments seem to bear this out. We are masters of ourselves, but not at the conscious level. Our actions in Locale 2 may have forceful bearing on our daily activities, completely unrecognized by the conscious self. There are literally hundreds of pages of experimental notes relating to Locale 2 visits, most of which are still beyond translation into Locale I thought patterns. Undoubtedly, most of them also deal with that portion which attracts this personal self like attracts like, which is but a fraction of the whole. Premise: the existence of a contradiction. We share with animals and all living things a common prime command, going back to the moment of conception. It supersedes any other instinct. The command indelibly etched in our being is, survive. It was this dynamic that created the fear barrier, which had to be overcome before willful separation could take place. For an out-of-the-body experience was very much like death, which might be called the ultimate failure to comply with the command. To satisfy the survival drive, we eat. We often eat compulsively because it is one way to respond to the prime command when threatened with something other than starvation. We translate the command into the accumulation and defense of material possessions. The drive to reproduce answers the command in another manner. Any danger to the ego calls forth the automatic mechanisms of defense or denial. The familiar fight or flee is the physical reaction to the survival imprint. Survival as the prime command means avoidance of death by whatever method available. The contradiction is that the principal idealistic notions of man, the noble virtues, the great acts, all have as their base the denial and/or rejection of this prime command. The man who gives to another his bread, who provides for his family at the cost of early death, who gives of himself to community and country without direct benefit, who deliberately endangers and possibly sacrifices his life for others, has done the right thing. Therefore, doing the right thing, the human act most respected, the most godlike by our standards, is in direct violation of God's prime command to all nature. Moreover, to compound the contradiction, it is impossible to achieve the second state without subjugation and/or subordination of the survival drive in its most basic forms. DNA, somehow you have the wires crossed. From these fundamentals, 1,000 secondary premises come to the surface like bubbles rising from the primordial mass below the organic rubble on the ocean floor. Through layer upon layer of sedimentary misconception, they seep upward into light. Is it better to burn the evidence, to ignore it? Or, with all of the existing potentials, to try to widen the doorway? With the latter comes this probability. In the year 2025, a boy in Locale pushes a button on a device much like a portable radio. I perceive the signal and turn my attention to him. "Hi there, son," I greet him warmly, and my great-great-grandchild smiles in recognition.